Hey everyone, this is Louis7, and it has been a long while, but I am streaming The Lord of the Rings online and kind of picking back up where I last left off, which was now over 2 weeks ago when I played the Dwarden character and continuing leveling him and currently questing through Yondershire. So today the plan is to finish Yondershire, all the quests in the zone, and then get moving on from there and get prepared for the next area I plan to quest, which is where I think things will get a little bit more exciting in terms of the naked challenge I'm doing on this character without equipping gear and the such. And going to Evendim is the current plan for this character after Yondershire. I might need to do some missions or something to level up between then, and that's also one of the reasons I am using my XP boosting items, but at this point I have unequipped all my other gear, just using the XP boosting ones to get to whatever that place is, to Evendim a little bit quicker without having to do much in between. I also believe there is the Fall Festival currently going on. This will actually give me a little bit of nice XP, but only a little bit. But I don't plan to participate in that on this character. So for me, the main thing with festivals is I usually would do them, run through them, maybe if I have not done it before, so it's like a every once in a while type thing for me, or if I really want a particular cosmetic from that, which is not very frequent that happens. And this character, I don't think there's much better that I could get for cosmetics. Mainly because this is just what he came out of with Isengard, but I happen to like it. And as something that I can actually mention there, it's been a while since they have seen me, and I've just been extra busy the past while. That's why it's been so long since I've done a stream. I know I did actually more recently, did the Fellowship chat stream with Bright Life on Tuesday. That is something I do plan to keep up with, but been a long while since I've done more of a solo just leveling, more typical type stream. So I really totally forget what's going on with this character. I see I have a quest tracker icon right here, but that is a quest for me to complete other quests, which I am currently working on those other quests. So there's not much for me to do with that specifically. With the Bingo Boffin storyline, I'm not 100% sure I will complete that. We'll see how much it goes, but that is something that's not too exciting to me. Also, to get to chat, do want to say hello to Callum and Joe's RK.
How do you do?
Let's see, to start off, I think I will go to Tyfield. Also, have to grab my mat for my feet real quick. Hello, Cheetah. And something y'all might also notice, it's been a long time since I played with my kinship, so as I'm mentioning there in the kin chat, I do plan to get back to some kin events. Actually, yesterday morning, there was something planned, but ultimately wasn't able to make that one. So we'll see. I also know some other people in the kin, like the schedule's been messy for quite a few people, so it's kind of been hard to get more organized stuff going. So that is another reason, but yeah, eventually I do want to get back to Gundabad content, and along with that, doing some kin events. But yeah, I forget how long it takes to kill things on this character, and I also forget what gambits I have. I already forgot. That's the problem with not playing for a couple weeks, is I forget which gambits I have at this level. So I remember I was starting to get some good gambits or something like that. Let's see, what was it? I got the heals. That was the big one that I recently got. As far as damage gambits, I think it's still pretty much the same. Surety of Death and Power Attack would probably be the next one. But the highest damaging skill I have, other than Surety of Death, is actually Defiant Challenge. The Reflect on that is very strong at low levels. So we will rely on that for a lot of my damage. That's a problem with using level 1 weapons, is my damage is very low. let's see, I hit something to make my character slow, and the keybind I have set for that, which I thought was insert, there we go. So other than apples, what do I need? And why did I need apples? Oh well, guess we got to kill some boars, and what's this one? Yonder boar pie? Yeah, probably that would mean boars around here. Hello, Joe? And for anybody that did miss, I made a sort of concentrated video from me talking about the challenge for this character. If you missed that video, if you want more context on the Naked LOTRO challenge besides just whatever I talk about during the stream, that is there for some background information and really how it got started. I feel like I typed so slow. I think I saw a boar over here. Wasn't much point in me switching to range stance there. Quite a bit over leveled for this particular area. Killing level 20 mobs. The quests are also level 20. Wow. I've done some higher level quests in this zone because for people that don't know, Yondershire is 20 to 23. So I have actually done quite a few level 23 quests, but I seem to have gotten stuck on level 20 quests. Like, I don't know exactly how that happened, actually. Okay, so I need one more Yonder boar. Here's one. Or here's one. Sorry about my voice, I can feel it kind of crackling there a little bit. Okay, got all of that. So my primary goal is to get, let's see, area door, which is pretty much the case whenever I do a zone like this, is to... Why do I just need to talk to that guy? I guess I should go to Mickle Delving just to talk to that guy. I'm not entirely sure what that's about, though. Maybe there's something else that will lead to that would be my suspicion, but I know I've done a lot of post-quests, so maybe they just have me talk to him to, like, finish a deed somehow. It's a little bit confusing there with the way that is in the deed log, but we'll see. But I would also, it would be nice if I get these Slayer deeds done. As far as the Slayer deeds in this zone, though, some of these are Shire and Yondershire, but something like Enemies of Yondershire, okay, that one makes sense that it's 200 even for the advanced. I think Beast Slayer, that one's also going to be 200. That's a little bit rough for such a low-level zone, especially compared to the other low-level zones. So that's something that might have to be focused on a little bit more than if I were in a similar leveled zone. But the quest deed, which I believe I have actually completed. So if I am really tired of these quests, I don't want to force myself to do them, because it seems to me, especially with the Boffin storyline, that one's just kind of more annoying than fun at this point. It's maybe something I could go back to, but maybe to start things off today, after the particular quest I'm on right now, I will go up to Bar Faroth and work on that stuff. Which has one quest, two quests. Hiding the evidence, that is part of the Bingo Boffin, so that will also be in Bar Faroth, which is convenient. And then there's also Marigold Boffin. Boffin's on the loose. So both of those are actually going to Bar Faroth. Wow, they're linked up. And this other quest I'm doing, Apple Yonder Boar Pie, is just totally unrelated, it seems. Alright, things are actually shaping up better than I initially thought. Hello, Rift Magos and Yokin. Joking? From Germany. Unfortunately, I'm not playing an elf today, so I cannot read what Megavonen means. Normally, my characters would be able to, but this guy has no idea. Cheetah, you've been watching my content since like 2013? That is terrifying, because that's like 9 years ago. But I am in my mid-20s. I'm actually old enough that I always forget exactly how old I am. But I am 25 years old. Yeah, click the other oven. I think you actually click the fire for the quest compared to the oven. Whoa, that was a high jump. Suppose I can continue traveling east. I almost feel like at this point I could just run up to the quest area bar far off. Working on your Dwarf Captain riff. I hope you're enjoying the Dwarf Captain, the new race class combinations. I was planning on, I actually meant to, make a post on my channel page to check out what people's favorite combinations or whatever characters they are playing.
Day, isn't it?
But maybe I'll find out more about that a little bit later. Is this going to be a travel now quest? We can try this. Glad you're liking the Dwarf Captain. It always seemed like dwarves could be good captains, so it sounds like the original concept of the class, the captain, was that it was the captain of man specifically, and it sounds like from Standing Stone Games why they initially limited to just race of man, and then they went away from that when they added them to high elves, and kind of similar with high elves, it seems like dwarves could definitely be captains.
How do you do?
I'm going to try that a little bit better just to get a screenshot. We did it? This is so sad. I wasn't paying attention, but I guess we trapped a lynx. Oh, gear. As much as I'd like to equip this gear, I cannot. Survivability is definitely going to be a concern moving forward as well. I know I've talked a lot about the low damage without weapons, but this character could definitely become squishy. Yeah, so way back then, Cheetah, when I originally started making content on this channel, it was more just gameplay without me doing much in the way of commentaries until maybe a couple or a few years later. My first, I would say, when I wasn't really all that much into it, kind of just starting out and very casually doing content. My commentaries were not all that good. I started with this is how the website got its name, but LOTRO Basics, which those were, some of those might have been okay-ish videos, but the voiceover was very rough. Anyway, so when I started my channel, something I noticed a sort of a gap of, even when I was looking at games not just LOTRO, was just gameplay videos without people talking. So that is basically exactly what I made. And it seemed to work out kind of okay-ish. Do we have to go up to search for the den? Let's see. Maybe I should get on my mount. I just see that ring icon on the map right here, so I have to get right back off. Yeah, there's something right here. Tracks lead up. And Bogarts. Actually do a decent bit of damage. Is that all I had to do?
Good day.
And the goblins left. Place warning signs. Man, this is a lot of lag right now. I've actually played LOTRO, I know it's been a couple weeks, but in the past maybe half month, well, not half month, like 3/4 of a month or a month or so. Anyway, general like 3, 4, 5 week range. Come on, abilities. The lag was not that bad actually. Much improved compared to where it previously was. But these particular past little bit's been rough here. No reward tracks except the type of experience granted by this item. What? One thing I do like about that message, as generic as it is that it implies that they are preparing for the future if there are multiple reward tracks. And it just says there's not a currently valid one for whichever experience I gained. Type of experience I was granted by an item. Wasn't really granted experience by an item at that point, but I did get XP for killing a mob. Also, why am I in range stance? Did I never switch to melee stance from earlier? Yeah, it says the same thing. That's the pretty much the only reason I killed that bear, was just to see what it said. I do need the Slayer deed, but I could spend a lot of time just running around killing mobs for the Slayer deeds. That is technically a possibility with this place. Because it would be something that's productive for the character to get the deeds done for Virtue XP. And it's something to keep me in Yondershire a little bit longer. Wow, this is a long quest. It'd be nice if it were broken up into a little bit more parts, so I don't just have to kind of run right back there. Okay, that should be good. Forget they're just little boggarts. Striker Flag, thank you for becoming a channel member. That does help support the content. And speaking of Cheetah's message, having money for Riders of Rohan, that type of stuff also helps fund my LOTRO playing, which really is just a 3-month subscription I think I'm on. I don't know what I saw over here, but I thought I saw something that made me want to go this way. Maybe it was nothing. But anyway, I do appreciate that helping support the content moving forward. Okay, that should be enough, hopefully. I just don't want him to run away. Oh, no mobs here. Is it just me, or is this cat always grooming herself lately? Like the last stream that I did, I feel like she was there the whole time grooming. Okay, so I have to place... No, I already placed the warning signs. I have to spread the word now.
Is there something I can do for you?
They really don't like this Lynx. Seems kind of mean to me.
Hello there.
Yeah, with LOTRO being a game that's 15 years old, Crazy to think this game's over half. Wait, hold up. The phrasing of that sounded really weird in my head, so let me make sure I'm saying the right thing. The game is older than half my age. That is what I'm trying to say, which seems really weird to me. I guess I talked to somebody inside the inn. There are tons of people in the inn, so this should inform basically the entire population of the Shire's worth of people. It's good to hear somebody else is able to get LOTRO playing on Mac. I know somebody in my kinship does that, and there can be a lot of struggles with it, but it is possible to get it work. Eventually, I will have to deal with my inventory. I was kind of hoping to wait. What is this one? Graded lines. Okay. I was kind of hoping to wait until after I finished Yondershire questing, but as far as I can tell, there are no unique cosmetics for the region, which is something that's unfortunate. Something that I've kind of felt with LOTRO lately is not necessarily the quality of the cosmetics have gone down, but newer regions, this has been a trend for a while, not just like the past year since Yondershire has been out or whatever, but the number of different cosmetic sets or unique cosmetics is very limited, and in some cases there are not any, such as I think Yondershire, Angle, and Mythathel. I don't remember those having unique cosmetics, or Wildwood. For the instances, I also don't remember the cosmetics being very unique. And by cosmetics, I don't necessarily mean like actual cosmetic sets of armor, but the appearance of armor pieces. Time frame for the new starter area. Yes, November 8th, which is... It's exciting that it's coming so soon. That's at least the date they have scheduled. It could always change if necessary, but probably not. But it's concerning that it's November 8th and there still has not been any beta for that, which, speaking of the beta, something we mentioned in the last stream was that I actually thought this week, let's see, what's today, Saturday? Yeah, today's Saturday, so this past week that is still ongoing, I thought that's when the beta was going to start, like a couple days ago on Wednesday, but clearly we did not get the beta. I have to go to Longcleave. So that was a bit surprising to me, considering how close it is to the release date of Before the Shadow. And hopefully we do have it next week at least, because that'll give, what, 3 weeks before the launch? And they're expecting it to launch on Tuesday. So yeah, if the beta started like the 18th of this month, in 3 days on Tuesday, that would be 3 weeks. Which I don't think is particularly great, timeline-wise. It doesn't give time, really, for, like, if there's a bunch of feedback about something, it doesn't really give time for the developers to change anything. And then, like, whatever changes would be implemented would just become delayed after that, really. So they'd be after the release. And with how previous launches have gone with LOTRO, it always seems like there's, not necessarily always, but some major bug or a number of relatively minor bugs, but still very annoying stuff that it seems like could have been fixed if the betas were earlier. There's so many complaints I can have about LOTRO's betas, to be honest. So, while we're on the topic, I'll just take a moment to rant about LOTRO's betas. So, besides them not quite giving, I think, not having them start early enough, The second part is they don't do them over the weekend, which just doesn't make much sense from my perspective, because the weekends are when people would be more likely, such as myself, to play the beta. People have, I mean, in-game population is higher during the weekends. That's not just true of LOTRO, but other games as well. So more people play during the weekend, more opportunity for them to test things or just jump into the beta and all that sort of stuff. And other games have their betas during weekends. They even call them beta weekends for a reason, because they're during the weekends. And LOTRO does not do that. They have the betas usually for one or two, let's see, probably usually 2 evenings. And they also end them usually Friday 3 p.m., maybe 5 p.m. I think it has varied a little bit in the past. I think I even remember some ending Friday at noon. I might be slightly mistaken on that one. But anyway, they end like right before the weekend and also before the prime time on Friday. So it's just really poorly timed betas that they set up. And then also having them so soon before release, at least the case with Before the Shadow, it's just not all that productive. And I could see, like, if they would say something like they have to have whatever resources during the weekend, maybe they have to have somebody there during the weekend to have the beta open, that wouldn't make too much sense to me because all the other servers are up. It's not like all your regular servers have to shut down just because it's the weekend. So I'm just left in a little bit of confusion or wonder and why they don't keep the beta servers open. Beta server, it's not like there are multiple during the weekend. Jokin, you haven't bought Gundabad yet. You're wondering if you should wait? It might be cheaper after an upgrade. I would say if there's nothing that you want to do with Gundabad right now, you might as well wait. But if you are like level 130 and want to get to the level cap and play that in-game content, then you kinda need it. Otherwise, there is the mission set in Gundabad, but to be honest, there's nothing, from my perspective, very special about the Gundabad mission, so I personally would not find it worth buying Gundabad just for the missions. Or the allegiance, for that matter. So I think it could be a good idea to wait for a sale, or at just some point in the future, yeah, when you might be able to get a better deal on it. Here, let's heal up. Oh yeah, I've seen that, Harbane, on the forums, people talking about them doing Discord versus LOTRO forums, and so my thoughts on that is, I don't necessarily mind the developers communicating on Discord, but it should probably be an official Discord, like they should set up their own Discord server for communication like that. And they shouldn't necessarily stop official forum communication. As much as I dislike the LOTRO forums, not like the people on it or anything, but the actual forums themselves, it's still like the place for official communication. The server I'm playing on is Langerball. Yes, we moved to Langerball. Alright, we're trying this. With the lag, not really helping, but I think things are still working. There we go. Once I get this ability, Shift 4, whatever it's called, Defiant Challenge off, then that is pretty much it for the Goblins. I stand no chance against the Reflect. Okay, maybe if they just sit there and heal, they can. Population is not particularly great on Landfall. It's not that bad though right now. I guess it is. I was thinking it was a little bit earlier. I was actually going to try to start the stream about not 2 hours earlier than I did, but about 1 hour earlier than I did. Obviously that did not happen. But yeah, so I forgot how late it was. But yeah, about 542 non-anonymous on right now, which is... I should filter those. I do keep 4 loot boxes, low-level loot boxes per character, because I get 4 keys from whatever, like, yearly boxes. But otherwise, I just filter them. There's also... I don't mean to rag on Standing Stone Games and their communication so much, but because it was brought up, there was some interesting wording that I think kind of demonstrates why people have problems with Standing Stone Games communication. Even when they do communicate, it was like that type of thing. I'll actually try to bring it up if I can. Did I delete my LOTRO forums bookmark? Oh no, there it is. So there was this thing I saw, I thought it was good, they're communicating on an issue. But then the actual communication felt a little bit off to me. There's actually been, since I initially looked at that, a little bit more comments maybe? Or no, that was a different thing. But it was about the Minstrel traits. The Minstrel changes, rather, and one of the some of the deeds. So people are complaining about how the Minstrel changes cause some of the deeds to be extra difficult, like they were already took so many casts of, I think Anthem of Composure was one of the particular ones pointed out, but now the Anthem abilities have long cooldowns, so people are discussing that on the forums, and as forums usually are, in a complaining manner, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but just for context for people that missed that. And the developer commented that this was a known issue, so that part was good. Like, this was all good up to this point. They acknowledge the issue, they say it's a known issue, but then they talk about how it's an issue for every class, and that's pretty much it. It just kind of ended at, this is a known issue, but it's an issue for every class. To me, that did not really address the point of, at least what I thought was the point, just reading through that forum. And it didn't talk about a solution or what they're actually going to do about it moving forward. So anyway, I just thought that was kind of interesting how it was something that I initially saw like positive from communication, but then I was left with a not satisfying ending with it, I suppose. Anyway, we can move on from that. Orakel is nice, as Joe said. Mandalorian, you're looking for a zone other than Ingmar. Ingmar's not a bad zone, but if you are looking for another zone for Orakel, it could be pretty good if you're looking for something that's a little bit sparse. If you're looking for something a little bit more dense, if you have access to it, which you should if you use the current LOTRO, let's see, it would be Free Quest 2022. Coupon code to get all the quest packs. You could go through, I thought I saw somebody there, but clearly not. You could do Wildwood as well, which is basically the opposite of Orakel. It's very dense with tons of quests, tons of mobs. Okay, I need to still defeat Cowardly Boggart, so I don't know if they are here, but what I do know is this is a area that will test my naked Dwarden. Wildwood is the one inside Bree, yes. At the northwest top of Breeland. Very descriptive. Oh, the Boggarts, that's a totally different thing. I was thinking like one of those specifically in whatever place I'm in, far off, but that is not the case. So we should try to leave this area. Alright, just get a morale tab to be extra safe. And I think that's a safe jump. Especially if we jump over here and not down the whole thing at once. Yeah, if you've never been in Wildwood, I love that place. So I definitely recommend it. Striker Flag, you're wondering leveling an alt will never be as immersive as the first time with the first character. I find it can still be immersive, especially with LOTRO. There are a lot of, like in particular, level 1 to 50, you have a lot of different options. So like if I did my first character, maybe something, I don't know what I actually did, but I probably did something like Breland. I did Lone Lands. I did like the first half of Lone Lands, then I also did North Downs, and then I did Evendim. And then I think I went to Angmar and then Eregion after that. So I went through those zones, but something else I could have done was nowadays I could do Breland, Yondershire, and then go to North Downs. Let's see, North Downs is actually a bad example. I could do Evendim like I'm going to do on this character, then maybe Misty Mountains, or I could do kind of similar mix-up of things. I could add Troll Shaws in that, so you can kind of hit these different zones by doing different characters, unless you're a completionist on your main character, then that doesn't help too much. But I find it can definitely still be immersive. You're also playing, presumably, a different class, maybe even a different race, so the immersion factor might be different with that. Like, I feel like this character is very unique because he is the highest level dwarf I have ever had in LOTRO. He's also... dwarves used to not be able to be wardens, so he's also a warden. And it's been a while since I've leveled a warden. And he has a very unique cosmetic because his backstory is that he was stuck in Isengard. He was an Isengard prisoner for a long while, and for some reason he hasn't changed outfits yet. Even though he made it all the way to Yondershire of all places from Isengard without picking up any new clothes in the meantime. This is probably the slowest way back to where I need to go. I wonder if this Boggart quest, like there's no tracker for it just because it's in the entire zone. I wouldn't doubt it. I should actually pay attention though. If I run into those. I should also be killing mobs on the way back for these Slayer deeds. Shield cosmetic from the Fall Festival. I might actually have to check that out because I'm not immediately sure what you mean. But if it's something good for a warden, that just instantly piques my interest. So I will have a look at that. This character could use a shield cosmetic. I mean, he currently has that, not too great looking. I see a pack of mobs right there, so those are going to be the boggarts I need. It also turns suddenly green. Yeah, after Moria, there is technically Inadwaith and Mirkwood. Both have the exact same level range nowadays, and there are some things you can mix up a little bit, but it is true that after Mirkwood you don't have all that many alternatives, and then you even get into things like book quests and certain zone quests being required for class trait points if you want to actually build your character out, so you become really limited. And that is one of the things that makes kind of mid-high level LOTRO leveling not necessarily fun to do all that frequently. Like, I don't mind leveling an alt every once in a while through that stuff. Like, I've gone through a pretty thorough playthrough on my warden on, I was going to say on this server, thinking in Nor. Now I have like 3 wardens, I think, on Langefall now. I might actually still have 4, I don't know. Moda Knock, you're wondering how long I will be streaming. I intend to stream for a decent bit today, actually. Hopefully at least 2 more hours. The goal is to get to Evendim and maybe then start Evendim. I also intend to unlock skirmishes on this character so he can do the Before the Shadow skirmish. I think he would be a good option to test that out on a naked leveling character. If I can... When a mob's that close to dead, I just need to use regular Gambit still. Again, my whole pacing with combat as a warden is still a little bit thrown off with this character. Once I get more gambits, though, I think it'll be a lot more exciting. Because right now, I'm very limited in the even somewhat decent gambits I have. Let me make sure I haven't gotten a new gambit. Okay, do not see one. See, if the grass weren't so tall, or if my character were a little bit taller, it'd be perfect screenshot time. Okay, hopefully there's a decent one there. And with the reflect, it goes down a lot quicker. I think the Knickerbreaker, isn't that a regular Shire deed as well? Nope, that's an insects in Yondershire. About the shrew. It does count as beasts. Might as well hit it with a surety of death. I'll probably put up a poll because I feel like I'm going to be running at least a little bit low on quests. There's probably still a few more, even though I am finished with the quest deed. I'll probably put up a poll here if we get to a somewhat good breaking point to check if you all want me to finish these Slayer deeds or move on. I could pop a boost and also work on some class deeds. Do a double knockout type session.
Good day. Might I have a
Box and Fiddle, that's one of the ends, I assume. Yeah, over here. So we got a lot of turn-ins here. I don't know why I type that in capitals like a title, but there you go. But I'm curious what people think. I don't know how long it would take me to do the Slayer deeds, but
A lovely day, isn't it?
it would probably take a little bit. Tar Hat, that is going to be the last place I think I need for exploration, so that is something I'm going to do. I have 2 characters at level 140 currently, but my endgame situation is a little bit odd because I'm trying to convert my level, I don't know, 131, 132 Warden to my new main Warden, even though I have a level 140 Warden. It's a little bit odd, but because of the whole server transfer thing and Nor shutting down and moving to Langevall and also moving my Arkenstone characters to Langevall because that's where my kin went, my endgame characters are a little bit of a mess, and since I haven't progressed all that much on my new main Warden, I might still actually play my level 140 Warden for endgame content if kin events come up and I want to play a Warden, but I do have a Runekeeper option. Anyway, you're wondering how endgame is, and one of the reasons I haven't done much Gundabad endgame in a very long time, like 10, 11 months, is because it was getting very repetitive, which is something that has been true about LOTRO's endgame in the past. It's not like unique to right now. Oh, I have to collect stuff. Well, maybe it'd help if I paid attention to that. I'm guessing that's what the current quest I'm working on is, to collect these things. I thought I had to talk to people. So yeah, just because there's limited instances, and in particular with Gundabad, there hasn't been much new added in the past few months, especially for, say, easier to run stuff. I don't mean easier like the difficulty is easier, but instances that are not raids, which there was one raid added, and that was it, I think, in this calendar year. And compared to, say, the level 130 cap, there were more frequent updates that added stuff for the level cap, even if it, like with Wildwood, even if there wasn't a zone, a new level cap zone, they added 2 3-mans that had level 130 relevant content. It just seems like Gundabad, there's been a lot less of that, which hasn't helped all that much. I don't know about collecting ingredients for dyes, if that is hard. It's something I haven't done all that much of either. I do have a scholar now on the server, but I haven't paid much attention to like collecting ingredients for dyes. I just have the scholar in a way to say I have a scholar and give my minstrel something a little bit unique. Something for me to try out. I don't think, for me at least, high level crafting is all that exciting, so it's not something that's important for me to keep up with. But yeah. And yeah, that is true, Harvane. Having a good amount of group content and ways to gear is good and keeps players busy. That is one of the reasons I like the level 130 cap so much, is there was a lot of content by the end of it. There were a lot of different instance options. Something I wish they did a little bit better was keep the older instances a little bit more relevant, like update them over time. I think could have been beneficial, but overall, there was a lot to run, and I think a bit more variety than what Gundabad has. So yeah, that's one reason I haven't been playing Gundabad as much, but also because they've released a lot of lower level content, of course I'm interested in checking that out, so my time that I still could have done the relatively repetitive stuff in Gundabad, I prefer to not do that and play through the new stuff. Another problem, and this was even true in level 130 for me personally, is I don't think LOTRO's in-game gameplay loop is particularly great. It also doesn't help that I really dislike the tier 4 and tier 5 mechanics with, what are they called, Scions? And all the RNG with that. It's something that just doesn't interest me at all. Here's a wood plank. So I'm usually pretty happy to do up to tier 3. But even if I wouldn't mind more challenge, which is the case sometimes, the mechanics they have for that higher challenge don't interest me. What are we doing in here? I think we're trying to find somebody to talk to. And if I press F10, I'll just keep selecting these NPCs, but the animal's there. Alright, we have to pat Hazel. Good kitty. Good kitty. Why am I bothering the cats? Like, that cat's trying to sleep. I think Grumble needed some pats. Favorite region in LOTRO? That is hard for me to have a single favorite region, because it can vary. Sometimes it might be Forakel. There's the other puppy. Sometimes it can be Eregion. I don't know if I'm ever not in the mood for Eregion, so there is a decent chance that one could take the cake for, like, most consistently rated #1 by me. Enadwaith is also pretty nice.
Just a moment. Hello.
Did we ever pat Old Terrible? We did, I wasn't paying attention. Did somebody just link my stream in world chat? I don't even pay attention to world chat that much, but I just happened to look down. That looks like the same video idea that my stream is. Well, Lordaki, you did get to say hi to YouTube. Oh yeah, I can't equip this gear. Oh well, we'll still pick the pants. Destroy. Don't need this. I guess I can't see what that looks like. Oh, I can port to Oscar Ruth. I want to totally abandon my plans and just quest there, I can now. Am I going inside, I take it? Striker Flag, you're wondering what other games I plan to play on my powerful RTX. So that's actually a good question. There is an upcoming game. Trying to remember its name. It's a Lord of the Rings game that I know people and my kin were actually also interested in, which was nice. But it is like Valheim. I really forget the name. Oh, Return to Moria. That's what it is. Once I say what it's like, I suddenly remember. But, oh yeah, I forgot that I had the poll up there. Wow, 73% are voting yes. Okay. I was actually a little bit surprised. I thought more people might vote no. I was leaning towards yes. I, as you all probably know, typically like to fully complete zones and do the deeds. And with this character doing the... Oh wow. I could have had this much loyalty the whole time, but... With doing the Naked LOTRO challenge, having Virtue XP will be very nice, because these stats from the Virtues, even though this is only 14 Vitality, it'll just be very, very helpful, since that'll be my primary source of stats moving forward. Right now I do have the XP boosting stuff, which is actually providing very, very nice stats, I will say. I'm going to have to drop that and basically get a big downgrade for my character pretty soon. Also, how did I get Destination North Downs? Here, I'm going to filter that actually. Let's see, Skirmish Intro. I want to do that, do my Warden class quest. Well, oh, did I not actually do Boffins on the Loose? Oh no. I did not do. I still have to meet Diamond by the Wall and I have no idea where that is. Oh, that's way over there. Okay. That is fine. We'll go back to Bar Far Off, which is okay because I can get Slayer Deed progress. Hold up. There's the Stable Master. Alright, so we're going to go probably west first. I'll go ahead and do that one, which is going to be Tyfield. Set it right there on the map. Let's see, Monadnock, you asked if I'm going to do the Farmer's Fair. Is the Farmer's Fair ongoing? I know the Fall Festival is ongoing, but either way, I will not be doing the Farmer's Fair. I might look at the Fall Festival. If I remember correctly, Party Tree is probably a good starting place for that, which I'm actually relatively close to. I have to go to Mickle Delving anyway. Oh, don't want to avoid the wolf. I'm really missing Range Resounding Challenge right now. That would just be a convenient gambit for this, for working on Slayer Deeds. It is a convenient gambit for that, but for this character, it would be nice to have. Here I am, I'm actually trying to build it on accident. Okay, the beast is about to go to... I'll need 100 beasts after this. I might actually use a boost. I don't really use those all that frequently, and I really think Yondershire would be a good opportunity for this character to use Slayer Deed boost. And then I could also work on my class deeds, because I do have to remember skills like Precise Blow. I'm already done with Warden's Taunt Aim for today. Block attacks, okay. Quick Thrust, Quick Toss, that's going to be number 1. Goad, all these gambits are things I should actually be using. Safeguard, what is that? Let's see. Is that one Safeguard? Yes. So gambits like that I can work on while I'm doing the Slayer Deeds, and then I can, if I use a Slayer and Skill Deed boost one, basically, I can work on that. Let's see, Precise Blow, is that what this one's called? just going to burrow. I'm going to dig up some gold. Oh, I don't even have battle memory. I don't know why I did that. Although I do have to use that ability for a Slayer Deed. But this is basically what the gameplay would look like. I probably wouldn't use Surety of Death here. I don't know if I need Impressive Flourish, but Precise Blow I know I need, and I think the Boot even. That's basically what the gameplay would look like when I'm just focusing on Slayer Deed, so that's something to get ready for. Using all these bad gambits, but it's for a good cause, I think. Oh hey, I got Beast Slayer Deed done. We're still going to work on the advanced one. I'll let the pull run for a little bit longer, but unless there's a massive shift, I'm going to be doing the Slayer Deeds. Is this region good? The real Eldacon? It's not bad. It's kind of like the regular Shire. There's a whole lot of helping hobbits with stuff. So if you like the regular Shire, you will probably like Yondershire. Otherwise, I think it's a pretty nice area to just explore. It's a pretty large zone.
How do you do?
Somehow feel like I've done these quests way out of order. If I'm like getting a quest to go here when I've been here quite a few times already. But maybe that's intended. Can I jump over the wall? Maybe if I were an elf. But not as a short dwarf. Oh, I just need to search along the wall? Well, that I can do. Ideally, this Knickerbreaker or wolf or whatever, harvest fly, can actually catch up to me so I can kill it, but never mind. Yeah, LOTRO is definitely a nice game to, kind of as I'm doing right here, and just run around and... Oh, I'm still in range stance, which is not good. Run around across Middle Earth. Things are still a little bit delayed. I'm just going to make sure I don't have triple buffering on. I do. I don't know if that will help with what I am experiencing at all, but it might, where things just feel a little bit delayed compared to normal a little bit. Like, even though I think my latency is actually quite low, it's under 40 milliseconds, but it could be server lag or... I did want to check if I had triple buffering on. See, I should actually check if Impressive Flourish is one of these. Shield Bash? What's Shield Bash? There's probably another deed for this one. I don't know if I've actually ever used it. Can I? Probably can't progress it on that squirrel. Sorry, squirrel. There are a whole bunch of mobs on the other side. Is it all ruffians? Looks like it. Alright. Did I get a new... Yes, I did get a new deed from that. So we need all these. I don't think Impressive Flourish was one. Warcry at least used to be. And then I'm pretty sure Offensive Strike was a deed at some point. Oh yeah, Safeguard, that's going to be like, this is one that I would get done anyway, and it's only 200 abilities, but it is those Precise Blow. Okay, so I don't actually see, at least at this point, it might be a future one, whatever 1-3 is. Okay, quest-wise, I actually do have to defeat a bunch of ruffians. Well, I gotta get across the wall somehow. That would be my first step. There we go. And there's gold. Dwarves can always smell the gold. There's a cat eating. That is what I hear. So as far as using, like actually using my Slayer Deed boost, I probably will wait until I'm actually done with the questing so I have a little bit better idea of what all I need to kill and perhaps can plan out some areas to use it more efficiently, because I'm worried if I used it right now I might spend a whole lot of time traveling and not actually efficiently using that. So that is the current plan with that, for anybody wondering. I know I'm working on my class deeds now, but that's something I should kind of work on anyway. I did get Virtue XP from something. At some point I have to worry about the next thing I get with Virtue XP, so I'm going to go ahead and select Wit so I at least have one spillover Virtue. Oh, so much delay there. I will use Safeguard. I think I have time, but I should use my... Well, maybe I should use my decent heal. I'll just use Safeguard again. But seems totally unfazed by that half-orc sentry. I don't know, it seems like that should be a scarier thing for the Hobbit.
Good day.
Okay, we patrolled the Yonder wall, and I have a bunch of notifications for pending loot. If I had my town services, which I should probably get, I guess I'll destroy... Oh no, should I destroy my level 1 armor? It's not like there's anything particularly appealing about it. It'd just be kind of neat to have. Guide... Ooh, want that. Y'all saw that cat was sleeping, right? Well, she suddenly started growling in her sleep. Like, it was a very quick couple seconds growl. And then she popped her head up and was awake. Just needs a little reassurance that everything's okay. I was going to say, hopefully, like, whatever she was growling at isn't actually here, but for all I know, she was growling at me in her sleep or growling at the other cat. I don't think she would, but... That is... I was going to say... Oh, it's a Hobbit Lore Master. That is so weird. This might be the first one that I've seen out in the wild, though. Like, of all this time. Also, I should be killing the Neeker Breaker. I think that is the first one, maybe, that I've actually seen. I could have seen one more, but I don't know. Anyway, we have to travel back to No Bottle, I believe. Actually, wait, that was a Bog Guardian hitting it. I was going to say before I do that, I should go to Bar Far Off. Wait, something is chasing me. Oh, that was the burrowed one. Just trying to knock the cat cam over. I believe that's where Willow. It's been so long I forget who's who again.
Hello there. A lovely day.
So I'm going to, I believe it's, I was going to say Gamwich, but it's actually Longcleave, and then from there we can go up to Barfaroth. It's always a battle for the mic with this cat. Sometimes I really do think not only a second, but maybe a third or fourth cat cam could be useful just for when they're at different positions. Like I need one just pointed almost more my point of view, but then I'd have to like stand way back here. But anyway, so y'all can see when the cat's like right below the screen. All the annoying stuff she does. Oh yeah, today's also Durin's Day. I'm guessing that's today's... I thought it was like October 22nd. But I think it's a multi-day event, maybe? Can't do that with this character. Well, actually, I've actually never thought about it. For a character this low level, I don't think you can be summoned there or ported there. But you can... Oh, there's Bingo Boffin. And we're going to the Old Links. Is this where golf was invented or something? Although I thought that was an orc's head. I don't remember seeing a deed for the boot, so maybe that's another one that comes later. There's a... I haven't used it that much. I very much so doubt I've completed any of those. Okay, so the best way to get there is honestly, sadly, porting to no bottle, doing whatever I need at no bottle, and then going to the... Actually, Boffin's on the loose. I need to go to the Old Links for that. She just won't stop. I'm like, I have both my hands, like one on the keyboard and one on the mouse right now. I can't do anything. Wait, I need to go to the stable master. Can I even go to the Old Links? I just assumed that I had that stable master, but I don't think I actually do. I could spend a mithril coin. Should I? That be Boars way? Sure, I'll do that. It'll give me a chance to pet the cat. Is she actually listening? Okay, make sure I get the stable. Lags a tad bit much again. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that it takes so long to kill mobs, because it does give me more of a chance to actually use all these different abilities I have to use for the class needs, but it also means I'm getting less progress with the Slayer deeds. Probably overall a bad thing, because I'd still use like the same amount of skills, I just get more done. the unexciting part of the challenge. I think the good will outweigh the bad, but it'll take a moment, extra moment to get deeds done, and I think for the gameplay to become more exciting, like when I actually get more gambits. What am I doing here? Find Marigold Boffin. Aha. Here's a goblin sword. Is that Marigold Boffin? No, that's Barret-like Boffin. There's a bunch of Z's, so I assume he's sleeping and not dead. Also, the cat is back and being destructive again. Cat is trying to slash cuddle. It's a very effective move. I'll make sure I at least tap these guys to get credit. Can't lose out on that one. Oh, these actually don't count for any deeds at this point. But gotta get that class deed progress while I can. So they'll just return to no bottle and they leave me to wake him up.
Just a moment.
Now I have to find another boffin. Do they ever end? Looking at the poll again, we still have a lot of favor in me finishing the Slayer deeds. There was actually a very small shift towards a no, by like 2%. I think when I was first questing through Yondershire, so that would have been mostly the second day on this character, which was pretty shortly after my first day, so they kind of run together a little bit. But, wait, am I really now ready to go back? Okay. But I actually had a better idea, like I'm trying to think where I would go for these different Slayer deeds, and I had a better idea back then. I think I actually had a few places noted that were good for particular Slayer deeds, so that's something I will either... I wouldn't doubt there's some information on that online somewhere, but we'll have to try to find these places and remember again. She actually being a good cat? Is it back to bathing herself? Well, there's a nice helmet. Let's see, 8 Honeymead Lane. I think this one's number 8. The one on the right's number 9. Is that true? Yes.
Just a moment. Could I take a moment of your time?
Alright, so this is the party. I don't know, is it good for me to assume that the party is the end of the Boffin storyline and Yondershire? Rings of Power still... I actually was planning on starting that like 2 weeks ago, but have not. Also, if you have any spoilers, not that you would, but that does mean a ban, just FYI. For some reason, I thought I had to do more stuff. Like, I thought it told me to check on chairs or something like that. Maybe I just walked by wherever I needed to. And then I would get that. Survive the housewarming party without embarrassment. Well, if I just sit here and pet the dog, then I don't know what I could get embarrassed about. Good opportunity to get some screenshots of this character. Although there's that floating text. That was just, let's see. That was a decent enough lighting. Some things like this you can actually sit on. And it will change, like, the bench position, but this one is not one. Usually it's with chairs, but I think I've noticed it with benches before. Like, I'm kind of doubting this chair will work, but we can try. Oh, this chair did work, okay. Oops. If you could do an emote in a chair, this would be a great angle from it, because the camera is relatively lower than it usually is, which is nice. Ah, Hobbit's embarrassing himself with those mushrooms. Wait, you got slash cuddle? Is that actually an emote in this game? Where are the ones? No. Sometimes the people above me in the apartment are very loud. Okay, that was a relatively short, what was it? Dinner party or something like that? I wasn't paying all that much attention, clearly.
You need.
Do not have enough room to do that. Well, we can fix that. Here's a Slayer and Skill. Is that really 6 hours now? I forgot they changed the duration of a lot of those, but I did not realize that also impacted the Slayer and Skill deed boost. That is a long time. Wow. I almost feel like it'd be so bad to use it right now just for Yondershire, so I'm going to have to think about that a little bit more. I think you can log out and it will keep its duration. It won't like progress while you are logged out. So it's also something to consider the next time I play this character. I will want to take advantage of that. That didn't help me clear out my inventory. What are all these things? Oh, well, might as well use these. Get some pets. They're just taking up space in my inventory. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff I could put in my vault if I bothered to get my town services, which I should do anyway. I also should consider equipping this character with some weapon Rs. Maybe that's why I did not. I did not realize they had minimum level requirements. Since when was that the case? At least the light one has level 30. And there we go, we finished it. So the Boffin storyline was... I'm always not going to be the biggest fan of those, but it was relatively okay. It had a pretty nice wrap-up that was not all that drawn out and long, which I think... It can feel like things like that really take forever, and LOTRO on that one wasn't too bad. The quests, in particular the two big ones that I had to do that had me go all over the place, were a little bit higher on the annoying end of things, but again, overall not that bad. So I got some housewarming gifts, it looks like. Oh yeah, you could, yeah, that's true with basically everything. You could put them in the wardrobe. The annoying thing with the weapon auras that I'm not the biggest fan of is that you actually have to have them equipped. They don't just work cosmetically. But is my character better with the auras? I actually don't know. Because they are nice. Like, it's nice to have your weapons glow, but I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing for every character. The lightning one's very active, and usually I appreciate that, but it's almost like it just moves too rapidly. If it were a little bit slower movement, a little bit more subtle, I would probably like it better, which actually makes me like the kind of frosty look of the one that's on my javelin right now, the spider weaponar of the Dead City. Actually kind of makes me like that one better, which is odd. Okay, so as far as deeds go, I now really want to plan this out efficiently. Also, we still have not, so I've done, as far as I know, all the quests in Yondershire, but still have not gone to Terrahad. So that is somewhere I will just go, but I'm curious. When, and let's see, that's a wolf den, if I remember correctly. That'd be good for beasts. And then I think, let's see, in that area is going to be good for insects. So that'll get me beasts and insects. And let's see, as far as Slayers of the Shire go, wolves. So wolves will do double count right up there. And then after that, oh, insects. That's going to be the toughest. Maybe I should... Oh yeah, so what I mean with them working cosmetically is if you don't have anything slotted, which I think would be true for everything, so it's not technically unique with weapon auras, I just don't like the way it's implemented. But what you're saying is if you do normal weapon aura just to fill up the slot, then say with this cosmetic, I could equip this and it would work. But I'm still not the biggest fan of that implementation, but it is a good workaround. Something that I actually always forget to do with my characters. Maybe I should go ahead and actually have that set up for this character so I can just equip it cosmetically there. But then, yeah, I'd still have to have something in the slot. I could actually equip it on the shield. I know I don't have my shield showing right now, but lightning shield. Actually, I should have my shield showing. That was a little bit odd. Hold up. I've gotten this working. This works on my other warden. Let's see. That's a little bit strange. Oh well, I have for now I'll just have all these equipped like this, but I'll worry about that a little bit later. Once I open all my stuff, I'll have more of that than this such. I also know some people have not like directly with weapon auras, but with cosmetics in general. In particular, weapons have issues with those showing up correctly between different outfits. If they just like swap their outfit, sometimes the proper weapon won't show up, which isn't ideal. So what's the best way to do this? It might actually be to travel to Dwarden, but I don't think I have that unlocked. So okay, maybe I'll go to the old links first. So we'll go to, what is that, like Boars Way? And I will check out... Let's see. Yeah, I'll check out Terrahad, but then I will... What I was thinking was going to the west here and actually kind of verifying that that is a good place for insects or not a good place for insects. So I will probably go there next, and then if that is a good place for insects, I will go ahead and use my Slayer and Skill Deed boost and then get whatever insects I can get there, and then I think next place to travel would be this Wolf Hill area. Maybe I should double check that is indeed a Wolf Hill. What else would it be? I'm pretty sure it's going to be wolves. Maybe I can look if there is a good map. I remember there were a couple people that were making pretty good maps for Slayer deeds. Like deeds in general, but also Slayer deeds. For some of the new areas with like Gundabad and the such, so let's see if I find anything. Let's see, okay, Fibro Jedi does have one. He has a lot of guides for things like festivals and... Oh, here's actually a quest, wow. So there was a quest I missed. I'm guessing this is going to be for Terrahad. I guess you just have to happen to run into it. And then you can get it. So this is going to be half-orcs. It also looks like some boggarts. Boggarts I don't think are helpful for any of the deeds here, similar with the half-orcs, so... good spot for fly southwest of Tyfield, okay. Southwest of Tyfield. I'll have to look at that. So maybe my route will be, I'll still check out, let's see, I see from Fibro Jedi's guide, he has insects only in a couple places. One of them is actually southeast of Tyfield, and then one on the western border, like a pretty small area down here. Otherwise, yeah, enemies. He does not have this one labeled as wolves, though. So I'm a little bit curious on that. Sites of Yondershire done? Ooh. Wait, burn barrels of stolen pipeweed. I guess if this was a Hobbit quest, they would want me to take the barrels. Wait, we have Shepherd Dog? Or we have regular Shepherd Dog. I like regular Shepherd Dog better. Although I do have to admit the darker Shepherd look is more interesting to me. Not having the harness is a little bit more appealing to me as well. Also, why is my dog's name Josie? What do we want to name him? Let's see, I have a couple options, but I think Dogden, unfortunately. I could do Shepton. It's not quite as appealing as Dogden to me, but it's planning for the future if I might have a more generic Dogden. I don't know why exactly this is the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear Shepherd, but I might need to have a rewatch of Firefly here soon. F Synergy, you said you have a free-to-play account, Apprentice Riding. Apprentice Riding would be the only way, or at least some riding skills, the only way you can use mounts in the game. You could technically get Journeyman Riding, but that costs more. But, let's see, what was my point with that? Yes, you can get 95. Well, you can get the riding trait in the LOTRO store for 95 points, and you can earn the LOTRO points in-game, like doing deeds and the such, so it is something that's, of course, relatively hard to get free-to-play, and it's like one of the limitations. If you're a non-free-to-play, you can, at level 20, I think is when it unlocks a Hangstacer's Farm quest to get the riding trait as well without having to spend LOTRO points, but that is how, as a free-to-play account in the LOTRO store for 95 LOTRO points. Gotta spam Safeguard. You own 4 of these dogs in real life? Wow. Used to have a German Shepherd mix. Didn't quite look like this one, or the other one for that matter. I should keep a little bit better track of these deeds just to make sure I'm not using certain ones too many times. So Shield Bash, okay, that's this ability. Bulgin Malinois. I've heard that, and I think it looks, like from my memory at least, a little bit similar to this. If I have time, I will go to Google. Oh yeah, this does look like a Belgian Malinois. That is true. And Press a Flourish is not one I need to use. I really thought the boot was one, but again, that might come later or could just be completely misremembering. Well, I did a good job with defeating the half-orcs, but a terrible job with burning the pipeweed. It's 4 out of 10. I'm going to be extra daring, and I should actually check if I have new gambits, but I'm going to be extra daring and pull 2 whole camps at once with 4 total orcs. Half orcs. Streaming the whole time when drunk. I think it is true that I could do that, but the effects wear off fairly quick in this game. But yeah, that could be a whole different type of challenge mode. I think it works this way in LOTRO, similarly to World of Warcraft, where mobs appear lower level than they actually are, but I'm not, I might be getting the two mixed up a little bit. I think in LOTRO it affects your character's vision, and thus your vision of the game, a lot more though. Okay, somebody mentioned running dual gold door, and they can, and normally I wouldn't jump on that all too much, but there is a chance we could be taking a break from this character. And the reason I'm interested in that, even though my Minstrel is a little bit off in terms of level, he's a little bit low level, is I really want to get some blue line Minstrel gameplay, and it's particularly tough for me. Because, let's see, what level is my Minstrel? How do you spell the word selfish? There we go. But yeah, the reason I just want to get some blue line healing minstrel gameplay, and it's usually pretty tough for me because I like regularly play DPS on my minstrel, and I'm usually not in like much of a grouping situation on him. So it's a weird way to phrase it, but even in a 3-man, I do want to get some blue line minstrel gameplay, so we'll take a break. I hope y'all don't mind. I actually, so like if I'm normally playing the game and not streaming like this, I actually very much so welcome little gaps like this to play a different character, so hopefully you all enjoy it as well. Not that my, I was about to say my brawler. Not that my Dwarden is not fun, or the Yondershire is not fun doing the deeds. It's not fun, but it's nice to split things up. Just like if I had a day of gaming, not that that's much of a thing for me, I would even split the games up a little bit more. Oh, they're doing Discord. Might be doing Discord, we'll see. But yeah, oh, this character's inventory. It might be even worse because he actually has useful stuff. Okay, let's destroy that. I hate to leave where I am in Inadoith, but I have a whole bunch of quest turn-ins. But time to go to Bree. This would have been nice if I didn't already do my Minstrel First Impressions video. Would have been nice to have this for that video. Let's go here. There should be a vendor right here. Might be time for me to sit somewhat soon. Believe it or not, my feet don't like me standing for so long still. I feel like it's sometimes getting better, but with the inconsistency with me streaming lately, which is, it honestly is when I do the most standing at my desk. Sometimes I will stand when not streaming, but usually it's just something I don't think about. The streaming is a big like thing to keep me honest with standing at my desk for a long period at least.
Would you do something for me? What can I do for you?
I think even at level 60 I should be able to get into a ward pins or sword halls, but we will see. I think that's what they need. Trying to remember what all is going on with this character. So he's still relatively early into the allies, which is okay. I'm not a big fan of how the allies work at this low level. It just seems like they could have done it in a way where the progression makes a lot more sense. But I think, so now that I've reforged them for level 56, they make a lot more sense. So that's a pretty important reforge, because as far as I can tell, you now have one of each tracery type at least. So while we're waiting on that, I will spec a blue line Minstrel. So I probably will take some yellow line traits, actually. Notably, the one I just picked right there, Anthem of Composure. Let's see, do I want outgoing healing or healing magnitude? Well, that will be crit chance. So this is not a bad thing to have, but my thinking is this is just a general healing thing from MMOs. So not necessarily specific to the Minstrel, but relying on crit heals is not a good thing. So making sure I have steady and consistent healing output with just getting my regular healing magnitude up. Especially that's crit healing magnitude. Like the crit chance would be nice eventually, but relying on that, I would not pick, at least to start off. Now, refund power cost. I don't know if that's something that's necessary. Let's see what the heal over time is with this. So effects applied to fellowship within 20 meters, nothing? That ain't helpful. How am I supposed to know if I want to spend more traits in that? I'll probably ignore that since that's a specific heal though. And as far as power cost goes, I'd really have to actually play this character to see if power is a problem, but on the assumption that it is not, I would get 3 points in that and then 1 point in the critical chance. I'd rather crit chance than crit magnitude. You gotta get the crits for the magnitude to even matter at all. Bolster courage, that's just a flat % heal to one ability, so would not get that. At this point, I'd go ahead and put 1 point in the power cost refund just because I'm scared. Court of Salvation, fellowship wide heal, definitely want that. Now let's apply this and see if it actually shows me how much its heal is. Oh yeah, this one shows power. Oh, that's power to myself. It still doesn't show the fellowship heal. This one shows it as 210 to 299. Probably would be good to have the increased max morale. But that is something that... There we go, able to get in.
The war pens of Dol Guldur are where the hounds of the Dark Lord are bred, trained.
But yeah, I'd rather get Piercing Cry. Let's see, plus 20% on the... What is it? Which one? It is Song of the Hammerhand. I don't think I have Song of the Hammerhand. I have a Gift of the Hammerhand. And I have Story of the Hammerhand. But either way, I'm really not sure with these. Like, there's... All of these have some use, but... See, I want this anthem. That's like my big goal. I think we set this to level 66, but that's okay. As far as these remaining traits go, I could get, like, if I want something that just has a generic effect, just go ahead and get that crit magnitude. See, this healing induction would be nice. This is just raw healing induction, so that'd be even nicer. But I think I want Anthem of Composure. Compassion, rather. And then other than that, the inductions would be really nice to have, but I do, at this point, want to look at the L line and see what I could get for however many trait points I could spend in there. Okay, so I could get Code of Resonance, applies a small AoE heal. So is that worth it over the inductions? And I think inductions are just more fun. Like, it's more fun to reduce inductions. Ooh, I also have to look at these. Okay, probably won't want to worry about that too much. Hello, Bella. If they want any heals. This one's Code of Resonance, reduces incoming damage. That's a much... Oh, that's Coda. I was going to say that's a much larger effect, but that is different. See, out of all these, I would rather skill induction, so I'll go with that. That's going to be called to Yorith. You all will be able to tell how much I don't heal on Minstrel. This is probably the highest level I've like legitimately played Blue Line on a Minstrel. I'm not the biggest fan of healing on a Minstrel. I actually, if I were to heal, prefer to heal on both Runekeeper, Beorning, and even Captain for that matter. So I basically, this is my least favorite healer, even if it is one of the most effective healers. It is my, like, just the least fun one for me to heal on. Okay, so we have, let's say that's Greater Anthem 1. So these are the two blue line anthems I have. Here is the yellow line anthem, which has, I guess, shadow mitigation would be nice here besides the overall buffs. So I'll put the anthems there. Let's go to this stance. I like this one, and then that at 3. We can have this guy at 4. That guy can go at 5. I'll put my bubbles equal and minus, I guess. F4 can be my cleanse. Emergency skills can be, this is more of an immediate heal. Triumphant Spirit, so I'll have that at shift minus. Call to Eorith as a self buff. Alright. Here, I'm actually going to re-record this locally. Okay, that seems to be working. Suppose that can work itself out. Okay, just making sure I'm recording this locally and actually having the audio work. So this ballad, do you actually have to target anybody now? I don't think so. Wow, that is a strong heal. I do remember the snowball thing. Perfect ending. Okay, so I have to wait for the cooldown, that's right, but if I use Cry of the Chorus, wait, what's this thing? That's the coda. Neither of those reset the Anthem cooldown, so I'm actually not entirely sure what does that right now. But I want to build up the next healing anthem, but I can't use those out of combat. Okay. So just to... Just to be clear, we don't necessarily need a blue line minstrel for ward pins, even if I am so low level. It's not like I'd be able to hit these mobs anyway, but again, I did want to... Don't need that thing there. Did want to specifically get some blue line gameplay. Did Soliloquy of Spirit at one point have like an immediate tag to it? I feel like that sounds familiar, but maybe it did not. Actually, I feel like it did at some point. Perfect ending, I should put that on my skill bar. Yeah, so I believe whoever is targeted with this actually does not matter. Okay. But it protects, what did it say? Protects against fears? Against further fears, or... Yeah, protects against further fears. So that would help, like, to actively use a little bit against these wargs, because they do have the fear. I also don't think I'm keeping up with the anthems all that well. Something that's just, especially I guess at this level, hard to remember to do because you actually do have to use those two alternating on cooldown, and just hope you happen to be in combat when you use them. So here's the fear I was talking about that stuns you. If I position my abilities better, I think F1 and F2 can be good for damage. F3 and F2, that is. Again, not that I'm going to do all that much damage. The healing is crazy though. Like, it's something just not having all that experience playing the Minstrel. I forget how just like strong their heals are, even for me being so low level compared to this Warden. And it's something I know from like experience having other Minstrels heal. Like, basically we have, well, at some points we've had quite a lot of Minstrels. Sometimes we've had like 4 Minstrels in our raid, which is crazy, but obviously played a lot with Minstrels, and they're just like basically the healer, the classic healer and LOTRO. Not to say that there are other healers that are, or that the other healers aren't good, which is fortunately not the case nowadays. It's nice to have multiple classes be able to fill the same role. Same general role. Actually, I don't know if my debuff remover even works, yeah. The debuffs are too high level, so I cannot get rid of that for the Warden. But what I'm trying to say, in short, is that it's different actually playing the Minstrel. It's that first person experience. Okay, I'll try my bubbles, because I don't exactly know what they do in the blue line. So that bubble just seems to work, and then I thought this one might have affected 2 people. Let's see. And it gave the bubble just to me, so maybe this is still a solo bubble. Yeah, it's still a solo bubble, even in the blue line. Now, if I go Melody Stance, even though I am a blue line Minstrel, that will orient me a little bit more for damage, but I don't know exactly what it's supposed to apply. For like a blue line Minstrel, why they would want to go yellow besides for more damage. Which is basically the old Melody Stance as far as I know. Still got some perfectly decent healing in Melody Stance. Okay, still don't have both anthems up at once. I've done a very bad job actually keeping those up. I don't know if I've ever gotten the comboed anthem buff in this entire run. Hoping the gameplay, as far as like what I'm doing and how effective it is, becomes a little bit more exciting. Not how effective it is, but how effective I need to be, how much I like actually need to heal, the pressure to heal. Hopefully that goes up a little bit when we get to the boss. Still, I am having to heal. Like, you do see the morale of these guys dropping, which is a good thing. I'm guessing the Warden's playing in blue line because they're, one, keeping, well, I guess they probably would keep aggro anyway, being so high level, but they don't seem to be dropping all that much in terms of their morale. They also do have Defiant Challenge, which is a big sign that they're in the blue line. Not a guarantee, but it is a pretty good sign. Joe, you are wondering what features would I add to VIP players on top of current content like large carry-all? So the big thing that they do have going for them, of course, getting the, like all the content except the latest expansion, that is a pretty good thing, but mostly applies to higher level players. Trying to think. I just had something on my mind. Oh, we're going for the meat scrap, I think. Yeah, the big thing they have is the town services, so maybe expanding that. I think just making that So the whole thing with VIP, other than content, is quality of life things. So there are a lot of quality of life things you get with VIP, but I think they could make some of the quality of life things, such as the town services, even higher quality, where maybe that is just a ability you are granted, like an ability on your skill bar to use town services and not have to go to the vendor. It is every 2 weeks now. It used to be every 2 days, but yeah, making that quality of life feature a little bit higher quality of life, adding quality of life to the quality of life. But besides that long-winded talk about quality of life, I think there could be some interesting things they do. So I think maybe making the writing skill like you just get that, it'd be a little bit tough though, I think. But if you just got that, if you're a VIP, you get the writing trait. I don't know if they could do it in a way, well, that wouldn't be good if they did it in a way where it goes away, but yeah, maybe it's just a benefit you get for being VIP and not just having the option to get it at level 20 without LOTRO points. I think that could be something that increases the value of VIP a little bit. I honestly don't know if there's anything very specific that I can think of that's not just like a totally brand new feature that's not even necessarily necessary. I think that VIPs getting a discount though for content like they do with Before the Shadow is a good thing. Hold up, I used one of these. Hopefully I'm using the different one now and I actually have the combined buff. Let's see. I have too many buffs. I need to move the Fellowship panel. Okay, we have the Anthem 1, Residence and Compassion. I actually got the double buff with the Anthems, finally. After, like, we've been in here almost 10 minutes. I think that is the first time I actually got those both. So now I just need to use one of those and I will maintain that single buff. I think the Anthem gameplay, this is going to sound very odd, but it's actually a lot more interesting at this low level compared to what you can get at high level, and with a lot more traits and a lot more legendary item stuffs going on. Where you can actually basically only keep up one set of anthems. I think that does make the anthems more interesting, which is kind of how they had it before they implemented some changes from the beta. I'm honestly just not the biggest fan of anthems nowadays. I don't necessarily think it's worse than it used to be, but because what it used to be is my reference point, like that's really all I have to compare it to. But I think the changes could have been, I don't know, a little bit better. Of course, it's not always, like, not going to be perfect for everybody, but just for me, personally, the changes weren't necessarily the best. Does that snowball? It's okay, it's just a heal to a single ally. That is what that cat does. I don't know if it's why, like, if I can blame just that on why she's so skinny, but she just comes up, eats a couple pieces of dry food, and then she is done. I do like using Call of the Second Age. I don't remember if Blue Line Minstrels used to have that, but I do like using that. I think Call of Arome. Let's see if I change stances. I don't even get that, so I wonder if that is a red line only thing now. Call to Fate is. Call the Second Age, Call of Aorith. I don't think that one changed. Yeah, when you could use, back in the day before free to play. And if you're a VIP, you can even do that right now, but just get riding at level 20. Didn't even have a mount before level 20. Now because I have the journeyman riding, all my characters have that mount.
Bring it on! My pets grow hungry!
Well, if I just have to heal myself the whole time, that would actually make the healing a little bit more exciting, so I don't even necessarily mind if I take aggro. Hey, the tank is actually taking damage. I get to heal. This is also why I always play Yellow Line on Minstrel, or at least used to when I needed to heal, because the actual healing you need is so little in these types of situations. Like, I honestly could probably do all the healing I'm doing right now and just play in the red line. And I could switch stance. Like, if I really need to heal, I could switch stances. Oh yeah, a couple black steel keys each month. That could be helpful for VIPs. There's a lot of things like that where you could just say, like, kind of like that it would be helpful. Something interesting that I think could very much so make VIP worth it. Sort of along that note, Bella, but I do like your idea. It's something that actually could incentivize people to spend money on loot boxes, which Standing Stone Games should like. Like, if you get so many of those free, like, get one of those free every month somehow, people might see value in it and don't actually want to buy those. Not that I'd be very supportive of that, but it is a tactic they could do to make VIP. Like, it's just something extra VIPs get, so from that perspective, it'd definitely be nice. Anyway, something kind of along those lines that I think could be interesting is if VIPs got not necessarily a Virtue XP boost, but it'd basically be a Virtue XP boost. I guess it could work a multitude of different ways. Is there a way I can restore power to somebody else as a minstrel? I know Runekeepers have that options, but I think these only restore power to me, which I am actually running out of power. I know I'm just spamming abilities, but I am actually running out of power here. But I don't think I can get the Warden power. At this point, I think they should have the Dark Before Dawn to restore their own power, though. But yeah, I was thinking initially something like whenever your character gets XP, you get a portion of that as Virtue XP. Or they could have it as something simple like a 10% Virtue XP boost just for being VIP. Similar with the reward track, they could have a plus 10% reward track boost if you're a VIP. It's something that adds, I think, a pretty decent incentive to being VIP. I don't think it's that much, like 10% extra would be that much that it's game breaking, that you get that much XP. I really don't have many power potions, probably because I never used them. I sold off all the low level ones. Oh, I think I missed my anthem, so I don't think I'll have the double buff. Missed the cooldown. Yeah, or a Virtue XP overflow, that would be a nice quality of life feature. Could lock it behind VIP. We're getting him down, slowly but surely. I'm playing my ballads very loudly in his ears. He seems to resist them for the most part. Must like the sound of their bagpipes. I was going to call it a hurdy-gurdy for some reason. I don't think that is in the game. I don't even know if that would be appropriate for Middle-earth. Yeah, it's nice that VIPs do get plus 30% of their level for bonus XP every day, but it would be nice to turn that option off for people that don't want that, for sure. It's almost like they're forcing you to level faster. Then they'll just sell more of those. Stone of the Tortoise, they'll get VIPs to buy the ultimate bundle of the before the shadow so they can get one that actually gives you stats as well. I have overflow loot. Oh yeah, I actually have my town services. I can do something about that. Yeah, I could actually use some of my scrolls and such. And yeah, that's the thing with a lot of other games that isn't necessarily true with LOTRO, is they seem to be in the mindset of the end game is like the real game. So they just rush you to end game so you can go through that gameplay loop. It's something that's kind of odd. It seems like people picked up that idea a lot for classic WoW, including like the original vanilla classic and classic Burning Crusade, even classic Wrath, that like just rushing to endgame. But it seems like with those games, to me, they weren't necessarily about that, and leveling was a big part of the experience. I know for me that was the case. Kind of like gives me a chance to actually see, because this does not tell me effect applies to fellowship within 20 meters, so I expect 0 effect to apply to fellowship within 20 meters, but that is not the case. Actually, that is the case. Oh wait, I did get a heal from that. This doesn't even say how much it heals me, but yes, this healed. So it gives, it's a little bit of a delayed effect, but it gives a, yeah, after a brief delay, it actually gives a pretty decent heal. So raising that by 30% wouldn't, like, obviously wouldn't be bad. I don't think at this point it would have been worth spending points in, so phew, avoided that. That's the short version. Well, while we are waiting for the tank, I'd be curious, what deeds do I have? Change stances. Is that really a deed? These class deeds, some of them are really silly, like that one. I know Minstrels have some particularly annoying ones. Wow, Herald Strike? That is a deed? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, that's just, I have not found a case where it's, okay, I was going to say I haven't found a case where that's worth using, but in the yellow stance, in the middle stance, that actually has a somewhat decent self-heal. Let's see the blue line. Blue line, it has a fellowship heal. So there might yet be a use case for it that is not in the DPS stance of all things. I forget there's not much harm in cashing out with your coda. It's not really much of a cash out anymore, is actually why. Oh yeah, Nar, you find, you might have seen it, but I've actually made a couple videos on that topic. It's, to me, really annoying the way you have to get clash trait points. I don't even mind the skill deeds. Like, to me, that's least bad of methods you get clash trait points in. That's not just leveling, but it's still something that's annoying that you have to do them to get your clash trait points. They could either just completely remove them, which would be the simplest option, and in the meantime, like, if they remove them, they could, in the meantime, work on something else if they really want. I don't know why I can't let the cat there. Usually with group content, I'm just like in auto move her away mode, but it's honestly fine that she's here with this instance. We're basically having the Warden carry us through this, let's be honest. Oh yeah, and also with them being a contributor to lag, that was kind of funny when Severland mentioned that. It's good that they found it, like it's a contributor to lag, but it seems to me the priority should be to go ahead and remove them, and then while they're removed, maybe they can think of a better way to implement something like that. Because I actually do see the appeal Again, not necessarily for trait points, but just having class deeds are almost like achievements. They give you a chance to see what you've done on your character, like kind of an achievement to use. Hero strike 700 times? Okay, maybe not that one, but tell a story of courage. Just things like that are interesting statistics and it can be exciting to complete, but if they're contributing to lag and something that players have complained a lot about, like we were talking earlier about people complaining, again, not necessarily, I know complaining has a negative connotation to it, but not necessarily a bad thing that people are complaining about it. Having to, yeah, do all these deeds to get your trait points. And like the Minstrel deeds are with the revamp, they were already annoying before. Some of them, especially like the res one, but they're like extra annoying now. So yeah, it seems like it'd be a very quick solution and good solution. I don't mean quick in a bad way, but go ahead and remove those class deeds and give you whatever number of trait points some other way, maybe leveling. Certain levels you just get an extra trait point that you might not have used to, and spread those trait points out, maybe like level 1 to between levels 20 and 60. Spread them out somehow, and then if they want to have a class deed system, try to, after that's removed and you have like this band-aid fix, then try to bring in something that works better. I wonder how this boss will go. If we take the ads like all at once, I think it can be exciting, but we'll see. Maybe I'll pull a bunch of extra wargs for us. Make this extra interesting. Yeah, more class quests would be nice. I do think if there were one way other than leveling that you got class traits, I think class quests would make the most sense because it's something that's actually thematic towards your class. It's going to be different for, I guess if you play alts of the same class, not necessarily every character, but it's going to be different for majority of different characters you play. And it's, again, something unique thematic to the class that actually makes sense that you get class traits from. Might as well just use Cry of the Chorus. From something that's thematic to your class. Alright, don't mind me. We're not taking enough damage. I need my heals to heal more. Even if it's just healing myself. I don't know if there's anything I need to avoid the front of these guys for. Also, I did not keep up my anthem. Ooh, the tank's stunned. Wow. Actually got to heal like 2,000 health there. That was crazy. That was exciting. Still, healing gameplay like this is still better than just like not having anything, especially when I get I am actually planning on updating the general class guide next year. I know I didn't do that this year, but I had the solo class guide basically instead. When I get to that, it'll be nice to have some proper Blue Line Minstrel gameplay that's updated towards the revamp, because I could use old gameplay, but the big thing with the Minstrel is they have been updated. There's a whole Minstrel revamp that happened recently, like a month ago or something like that. It's crazy, I'm actually having to use my heals. I also wonder, for high-level Minstrels, how much do you use Bolster Courage? I could definitely work that in a little bit more, but the splash heal on Raise the Spirit is higher. Bolster Courage has a long induction, of course. But it seems like you get better value out of using Soliloquy of Spirit. Maybe not spamming this one quite as much as I am. I forget it's not immediate. I'm actually a little bit used to the way old gameplay where I'm pretty sure at one point that was immediate, but anyway. Yeah, could probably spend less time just using Soliloquy of Spirit, instead using Bolster Courage and weaving that in a little bit more if I really need a big healing. I also don't need to spam this many heals anymore because Tank is clearly staying alive okay. Oh wow, actually I got a 3k hit. That's... It's not very significant, but it is nice to get a hit like that. Also should be using my Herald Strike actually on cooldown. Gotta work on this character's deeds. I know he's likely going to be abandoned at like level, let's see, 85-ish? Wait, no, 80-ish? Just because that's the case for all my characters. But if I'm doing something like this, might as well work on the deeds. Oh, not enough power. Okay, actually I'm going to use a power potion because I don't want the tank to die. Cat. Okay, just because I'm remembering to use it, I'll go ahead and use my Anthem, and then give a heal. And hey, we did it! I'll give a cheer. I don't know why I cheered at the org, but at least I cheered. Anything good? I did actually get a trace rate, and it has tactical mastery. Wow. This is how you get trace rates while leveling instances like this. And I just happened to get one that was actually useful for my character, so that was kind of nice. Oops. We all know there doesn't have a semicolon in it, but Cat thought it did. Took about 30 minutes. So that was a little bit slow for org pins, but still was fun. Again, for me, nice break. Nice to get back to group content and do something a little bit different than I usually do. I am definitely getting better at standing. I know I was talking about this earlier, but 2.5 hours isn't bad. I don't even know if it's necessarily good to stand this long. I think it'd be better to alternate it a little bit. So on that note, I'm going to sit down for a little bit. It's quite difficult to do. I thought I might have seen a centipede, but I think it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, fortunately. Oops. Okay, so it sounds like the person that invited us, while it was fun, they do have to go now. So we'll get back to, oh, it feels so weird to sit now. But we'll get back to also my leg rest, footrest thingy that I have under the desk, a box, but I actually moved one of the boxes I had there, so it's a little bit different height, lower height than it used to be. I gotta try to find something better because eventually the box that I'm currently using as my footrest I'll have to get rid of. So what are we doing, Dwarden? She loves basically all the scratches, except for belly scratches. I don't know any cat that's a big fan of belly rubs. Some of them don't mind it. But she is one that minds it. She doesn't fight me if I try to pet her belly, but she aggressively tries to get me away from her belly and petting her head instead. Usually that's the way it goes, at least. So I think with that, like, half-hour segue and whatever we were doing, I don't think that's quite the right word, but anyway, that half-hour plus of the instance on the Minstrel, I'm going to have to rethink a little bit what... Yeah, I still think I want to do the deeds. I think that'll be the... Because I don't have too much of an end time, like it's getting a little bit close to, like, my bedtime. But I can go for a little bit more. I am just getting hungry. That is always the concern. Like, I want to eat. I don't even know what specifically I want to eat. I actually do know what I want to eat, but I'd have to cook it. I'm not going to cook it this late. It's not chicken pie. Are you calling me chicken pie, Cassie? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest. Sounds like a good thing, though, so we'll just assume it's good. Burn barrels of pipeweed. Still need to do that. Also need to find the captured bounder. So I'll spam delete key, hope I find some pipeweed, and hope I find a bounder. Well, at the very least, Cassie, it stirred up some interest. There is definitely a little bit of funny to it. The yo-yo chicken pie. So I did just say chicken pie, but the rhyme with yo-yo, that definitely worked. This vase is about as big as me. It could probably even fit a whole hobbit in it. Maybe that's where the missing bounder is. Captured them in a... Captured in a vase. So Belly, you actually said all of your cats will roll over 4 belly rubs. Yeah, that does sound a little bit unusual to me. Let's see, I'm trying to think, could it be a male versus female thing? I don't necessarily think it would be. Well, let's see, of cats I know plenty of cats. Let's see, the first 3 that are coming to mind that are female do not like it. And then 1 male does. The other female. One female, honestly don't know. I think she kind of likes it, but gets overstimulated easily. So we'll do that as an in-between. Let's see, what are the other 4 cats? I really don't know what the other 4 cats. I don't know if they have many opportunities for me to pet their belly. I don't just like go to cats and pet their belly, so maybe that means they don't like it if they don't give that opportunity all that much. Well, all this chicken pie going on. Couldn't think of the right word. But anyway, all this chicken pie talk, yes, that's what it is. Makes me want chicken pot pie now. So Cassie, for you, 4 males hated it and 2 males loved it. Between my extended family, there are...
Just a moment.
They have 3 cats now. I don't know, like 14-ish, 15-ish, somewhere thereabouts. Definitely double digits. I don't know if it'd quite be 15, but that many cats I know. And they... Yeah. Yeah, dogs love belly rubs. Where are we going? Longcleave? Okay, Longcleave would be for quest turn in. Okay, gotta get my mindset back to Slayer deeds. So, southwest of Tyfield can be good for bugs. South, kind of west, between Tyfield and No Bottle could be good for bugs, insects. And then northwest of Tham Amothier, kind of at the border of Ear of the Wind, could be good for insects. And then wolves. I'm suspecting right here. So, it'd take a little while actually to travel to Longcleave, but maybe I should. Maybe I'll stop by, see if there are wolves, go to Longcleave, and then if there are, I will go down here, go to No Bottle, pass through to Tyfield, then go to Tham Amothier. I don't know. Sounds like a lot of running before I actually pop my Slayer Deed boost, even though my Slayer Deed boost is... It lasts, 6 hours. I'm just trying to optimize it so much. Almost trying to optimize it even more just because it's 10 hours. Not 10 hours, 6 hours. Compared to the usual like hour and a half, or even for that one, I think somewhere just half an hour that I'm used to. So it's like I really want to get the most out of it. Which also means like my future gameplay on this character, at least for this, hold up, yeah, skill Ds would be very much so oriented around that. So when I go to Evendim, I'll want to travel there very quickly, go to Boars Sword, do those quests around there with the Goblins, whatever Slayer Deeds I can get progress on during that is great. I also think I'm high enough level at this point, I don't really need to do missions. I know I want to tell mock skirmishes, but maybe that can wait, especially considering I will have the boost going on. Okay, so let me double check that this is indeed a wolf den, and the guides I saw hopefully just missed that. Tyfield and No Bottle sound strongly East Coast names. I don't really know about that, but in LOTRO, they are very Yondershire town names. Yes, there are wolves here to confirm. That's a very great place for wolves. And you get 2 Ds for the price of 1 in this location. When it's at level 30, is that when the next set of deeds unlocks? That would make sense. Oh yeah, I forgot this character. I got his stuff up decently high to help me level to Yondershire level. So, Sand and Snow, your family has a dog, 2 guinea pigs, and a bearded dragon. Bearded dragon sounds so much more exciting than, like, not that the animal itself is not that exciting, but the name just sounds a lot more exciting when you first hear it. This is a blue line Dwarden, mainly because Defiant Challenge is really strong at this level, and the reason I need Defiant Challenge in all its damage, which is very unusual to say as a Warden, is because with the lack of gear on level 1 weapons, everything else is very weak. So oddly at this point, blue line actually gives more damage than red line, is long story short. Hey, there's the chest piece. Okay, looking at this purple armor, does it look... I can already tell you it looks quite terrible cosmetically. I don't even know... It just doesn't seem like it'd look good on a hobbit either. It's just going to be really, really hard to top this character's current outfit though. But if something can do that, I will definitely be impressed. Also, maybe I should... To delay my dating even more, maybe I should go to Mickle Delving, do whatever I need with the postmaster guy there for the deed, and then look at the fall festival to look at the cosmetics and see what it has. Somebody mentioned a good warden shield that I'm not all that familiar with, so I will check that out. But as far as cosmetics from the fall festival in general, let's see, I remember I got my rating outfit from there. Is there a totally different note, but is there a task thing in Yondershire? I don't think there is actually. Yeah, this would be just, for example, Brayland and Lonelands. Maybe I'll go to a task board there. But anyway, I wanted to go to Mickle Delving. Hopefully this is the one with the... Oh yeah, I can destroy this. Nice purple gear. It's very nice gear. Just gotta do it. It's so sad. Oh, the big hat. I think it's technically shoulder pads in game, which is a little bit odd. But if it's the one I use for raiding on Louis on my Warden, then... And I call it my raiding outfit just because it's very, I guess, ironic. But yeah, the one I'm referring to at least is the cowl. I think it was new last year or maybe 2 years ago. Not 100% sure. I think it was 2 years ago is when I got it. I think it was new at the time. But yeah. Let's see. So I think going to the party tree is a good bet. Do I have travel to Hobbiton? I don't know. That doesn't look as bad as I thought it would on a dwarf. Don't like that one. I don't know if they've ever updated those mannequins. I wonder if they just don't really sell all that much, and that might be why they didn't update them.
A lovely day, isn't it? How do you do?
Where are we? We're in the Shire. Oh yeah, I need to talk to a postmaster here. Ugh. Almost forgot half the reason. Went to this place. Hopefully this works as I am assuming it does somehow. What is it, just a current quest? Wait, I have that quest? Is that actually, that's not even in my quest log. That's why it was so confusing to me. But apparently I have this quest. Alright then. But there we go, I got the deed done. I suppose it's a way to make it work without actually making you have to have that actual quest. I don't know. Unless this character was just bugged with his quest log, I suppose is another possibility. Anyway, we got that deed done. I got me some wit, so I can equip that and go back to earning loyalty because I prefer loyalty at this point. And I can see if I have travel to Hobbiton, which I do not. Oh yeah, Valor boosts. You could actually get a lot of value using them on level 49, 119, and 129 characters. Especially if you're like, yeah, don't actually want the level boost components of them. There's so many other nice things they come with that I feel like it's a waste to just not use them at all. So if you use them where they give you just one level boost, you could even do it when you're like 1 XP away from leveling. You can get a lot of nice stuff from them in short. I don't know why I feel the need to gather this, but I do. Yeah, that can be tough if you just have like especially a class that you've never played before. It can be a lot, and I think it is true that you kind of don't have that emotional attachment. It's kind of one reason Louis didn't. Technically, I leveled him to, what was it, like 40-ish? Somewhere thereabouts, maybe low 40s. And then I used the level 120 boost. This was a long time ago on Arkenstone. So I used the level 120 boost, and he got... went through Minas Morgul. So I played him quite a bit to get that emotional attachment to him, but he was played overall less than my Warden on Anor, and that's one of the big reasons. Like, there were other reasons, but it was a pretty decent reason into why I did. My other Warden is going to now be my main one, even though Louiden's level 140 at the cap has, for the time period that I played him, relatively decent gear. Which wasn't all that great gear, but again, for the, at that point, was relatively decent for Gundabad. I have no idea what hit my foot. Maybe I'm also imagining that. Oh, we're at the hill. That means the party tree is near. Yeah, probably won't do any of these on this character, but I want to see what rewards they have. We need the cosmetic vendor. There we go. Okay, clearly I don't have that many Fall Festival tokens. We have a Gourd Lurker. Ooh, Black Marble Wolf Dog. I want that. Yeah, I want that dog. I think it's technically possible for me to get Fall Festival tokens because if I go to my shared storage, hopefully they're in my shared storage and not some character's vault. That would be bad. I have these box of festival tokens. So if I really want something, like really want something, I don't want the black marble wolf dog that much. But if I wanted something that bad and didn't want to run through... Can you actually ride a deer? That's always been a question for me. Can you actually ride a deer as a... or an elk as a dwarf? Something I have not actually tried. So we're looking at mounts, but I'm curious what that looks like. Autumn Traveler. It just sounds like a very nice looking elk to me. Okay, actually doesn't look all that great. I think I was picturing something maybe a little bit more like Autumn Sage steed. Yeah, I don't know. I would have envisioned Autumn Steeds looking a little bit better. I like the Autumn Vest Pony a little bit more. I also like the Autumn Night one. That one looks pretty good. Not the biggest fan of it, but relative to these other ones, I am liking that one. I don't know. I guess I would have expected more fall colored. Fall themed. I mean, they're a little bit, but to me, they just... Wait, why is that one Yule Festival? Look, this one's Yule Festival, even though it's Autumn Sage. That's a little bit weird to me. This one's also Yule Festival, even though it's clearly here. Maybe they just have it labeled incorrectly. Dressed for the season, but that says Yule Festival. Okay, anyway, anything else interesting? New items. Oh, they actually do have new items. They don't have new, like, non-pet and housing cosmetics. Oh, I could spin Mythal coins and get me some autumn leaf dyes. Can you dye the Isengard cosmetics? Oh, you actually can. Wow, that opens up whole new possibilities for this character. I can color match my Isengard prisoner outfit. Okay, let's see. I will actually see Twilight Purple. Yeah, there's... it's hard for me to find value in Twilight Purple when it's so close to black. Like, there's a little bit of a difference, but like for it to be worth 10 Mythal coins if I were to buy this instead of just get it some other method. If I were to do that, I don't see all that much value in it. But Autumn Leaf and Muldress, probably want to do that for this character. Autumn Leaf, also probably want to do that. Ashen Lades Green, that's decent. I don't know, what do you all think? Should I try... Wow, Rose looks the exact same, actually. Yeah, it looks the exact same. Oh, I guess the reset also changes the color. But here, if we go in, Rose looks the exact same. I don't know. Should I change... Probably want to do here the one blue. Should I change this character's Isengard outfit color? Evendim blue always looks nice, but it does with us as well. Turquoise. Maybe I gotta have a whole bunch of different outfit slots taken up with just different colored versions of this. It's a little bit different if I did bother to find crimson. I could actually color match the different pieces, which I don't know if that would necessarily be a good thing. These cosmetics are from the Rise of Isengard storyline at some point during it. I forget exactly where you get those, but... Well, actually, I know where the location, because they're the Isengard prisoner outfit. But it works for this character's backstory, because he came all the way to the lands of Yondershire from Isengard for some reason. Maybe we'll eventually learn why. Anyway, somebody, I saw just saw Warden shield. Oh wow, that is a giant Warden shield. Yeah, somebody mentioned a jumbo shield. That is a... If I've ever seen one, a jumbo shield. This is zoomed out. The shield's taller than the dwarf. Gourd lurkers. Oh, that's one of the new ones. This would be pet. That's emote. Let's see, there's the adventurous lurker, bog lurker buddy, gourd lurker, lantern gourd lurker. I guess I'd have to actually see it. Yeah, somebody in World Chat just mentioned this. Hat trick. Shout out to Hat trick on Landreval, but they said skirmish can't forget the jumbo shield. That's just I haven't seen one like that before, and it seems extra weird, maybe because I'm a dwarf. I wonder what that'd look like on a hobbit. I love stuff like that. Sometimes World Chat is just full of wins. Like somebody said here, my mini has a shield that's as big as her. And then dude said, that's why you're called a mini. Oh, we could get Essence Reclamation Scrolls. Here we go. So Autumn Sage, yes, this is, oh, this looks horrible on a dwarf. I know people that use it on a dwarf, but I'm not a big fan of it. This one, oh no. I'm not a fan of any robes on a dwarf. I know female dwarves like to wear those. This one's not too bad. I don't think it's something I'd quite wear on this character or a character like this, but it doesn't look all that bad, is the point. But yes, the Autumn Sage is what I used. Where's the cowl? The cowl is somewhere. Oh, it would be shoulder pieces? Yeah, cowl and hat. That's what I... This is... Or, oh. Anyway, that's the raiding outfit that I use on Luiden. Okay, Shield of Eldar. Okay, I'm not a big fan of that shield, to be honest. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the way they have this sorted, where it's like you have your outfits, but then you have to go through these other tabs to find hats and all that sort of stuff. More housing items. Housing items -1, and then it's more housing items. There's so many inconsistent things like that in LOTRO that they could just make consistent. It would be nicer. Like housing items -1 if they just had it as housing items -2. Burgundy on my top. It's supposed to be gray. I'm a little bit confused. This character, I don't think this is dyed at all. I don't even know if you could see it dyed. Because if I do, let me do washed. Oh, washed it is gray. How did I have it dyed? Is it dyed? Is it like dyed by default? Because I don't think I would have dyed that. I don't even know if that's in my wardrobe. I think it is. Rose? Yeah, rose is the only option for that. These are all default. So I think that's the default color it comes in. This looks a lot worse than gray, to be honest. To me, at least. Barter vendors could use a UI update, but it's true about a lot of things, but I definitely agree barter could use an update and allow you to like barter. There are some things like if you want to barter 100 of something, you have to sit there and click 100 times. You can buy emotes. I guess that makes sense. Oh, wow, there are instruments. Do I want any instruments? Do I want the bassoon? I do not. That would be for my minstrel, not for this character. Oh, we can spend mythril coins. That's how they get. One cat sleeping. I don't know what that was. I guess it was a concerning noise, but I don't know what it was. Let's see. Oh yeah, so I was going to look at the other cosmetics. Just to see if I want to... Ooh. It just doesn't look good on a dwarf to me. It looks even worse. I'm so used to a lot of the dwarves that I play with, or people that play dwarves, have female dwarves. I know you can't technically pick female, but they play them as like a female dwarf. And they wear robes, dresses all the time. So I'm used to seeing it, but it just looks really weird to actually play like a dwarf and then pick that as an option. So there's long sleeve and short sleeved. Is that a pretzel? That's kind of funny. I don't like that at all, but maybe if it didn't have the pretzel. Okay, this one. This looks like what would be this character's version of a nightgown. I don't think it's worth getting 12 Fall Festival tokens for it, but this would be the one thing I'd pick out of all this for this character. Anyway, I think that's enough looking at that for me. I don't think you're wrong, LY. This is basically... I like how your name ends and starts with the same letter as mine, but basically Oktoberfest, but in LOTRO. Let's see. Why haven't I actually used this steed? It's just sitting there in my inventory. Oh, because I already have it, okay. Well, in that case, goodbye. I thought there was one more thing I wanted to look at for the Fall Festival, but I'm guessing not. Oh yeah, because he gives costumes.
This fine day.
125 mythril coins, that is so much. It's also bind on acquire, not even bind to account. Okay, so where did I need to go after this? Oh yeah, I was going to finally use my thingy. My 6-hour skill and slayer deed boost. Because I do want to finish Yondershire. I did not expect that it would take this long. Of course, we've gone on other adventures and gone a little bit slow, but even though it is a bit late for me, I know 9:03 p.m. and it's like I'm about ready for bed. But the reality is, like, after a stream, it typically would take me roughly an hour to where I'm actually ready to go to bed, because I have to have this like wind down period. And then I also eat before I go to bed. So all that takes time. And the like energy I get eating keeps me up a little bit longer. And all that sort of stuff. Usually that's the case, at least. So anyway. What am I doing? Oh yeah, so I'm going to... Really, Dwarden would be the best for me to go to, but obviously I cannot go there, so I'll save some coin and could have saved some time, and I will just muster at no bottle. Oh yeah, now I remember what I wanted to do. It wasn't necessarily... Oh, I'm happy that somebody has a suggestion, but I really don't like the washed look for this character's top. I love the color that it has. In fact, I'm thinking about, for alternative outfits, having the same outfit at different colors. Like do I have any dyes on this character? Let's check his vault. I need to put stuff in his vault anyway, so let's see. No dyes. I do have normal weapon aura, so I want to get all 3 of these. Equip, equip, and then equip. So hopefully that's working. Is that working? Here's his winter outfit in case it gets cold. So yes, this character has a winter outfit that looks a lot more comfortable, even in Yondershire weather. And... oh yeah, it is Rose. I wonder, Cassie, is there a chance you are delayed? Maybe not, but we'll see. Maybe I recently mentioned Rose. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and put... Oh yeah, if these are bound to Dwarden. Nope. Oh, I must have gotten these from a lot of the expansion boxes. That makes sense. Okay. So got those in there. I want... I don't even want to open that. It's going to make me sad that I can't equip it. Gift pack I could keep. Cosmetic. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to look at. So these, the spear and javelin, these are both the starter ones. I don't know if they're specific to dwarf, but I'm guessing they're just starter ones you get as a warden. Okay, I just typed in chat. I don't usually do that, but I noticed somebody in chat, Cassidy, seems to be a bit delayed. So my responses will be like, seem like I'm responding 20 minutes later. Maybe more like 5 minutes, but still. Okay, somebody was wondering, yeah, cosmetic javelins. That reminds me, before I forget for the third time, that is exactly what I wanted to do. I want to look at what stuff I had. I don't have any spears. Well, that's sad. Do I have any javelins? I don't even have javelins. Oh, no. Oh, because I'm in search mode. There we go. So I could... I don't think this would actually show, but if I wanted to use an axe, I could. I know that's a dwarf thing. If this were one-handed, this would be very nice. Is that a one-handed sword? I honestly thought that was two-handed, but I think that's a one-handed sword. Tree cutter. Tree cutter, I also thought was two-handed. Okay, maybe not. Can I even try to do that? Oh, I can. That's so weird. Of course that one won't work. Let's see. Before I cosmetically equip the shield... can I just remove that? Okay. Yeah, so I can remove it if I don't want to. Don't quite want that one. This is a beautiful shield. I love it for the Warden, but it's just not quite right for this one, sadly. I think Throwing Sword is two-handed. Yeah, it can't be equipped in the chosen slot, so it's two-handed. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have... Oh, Orc Skewer. Here it is. I'd love to have this spear as a javelin. As far as I know, there is not a cosmetic spear or a cosmetic javelin that looks like this spear, though. Oh, also the lightning showing now. Which, oddly enough, I think I prefer this over the lightning. That's not showing its glow, is it? Not that I see. So yeah, maybe I'll go with that. Although I kind of like the basic look of the other spear. I might get rid of this. It just seems like these two skinnier weapons fit this character better, so maybe I can find better looking ones, like upgrades in the future, but for now, I'll go with this, I think. Okay, so what am I doing? Oh yeah, so I'm looking for good places for insects. Now, Fibro Jedi's guide had, that's the only one I actually found that had this stuff, had insects, oh, these are tough to read, but had insects at, let's see, hotspots east of them, Amothere, That would be 27.4 west. So they actually have them in, hold up, no, quite a bit east. Oh, that's southwest of Tyfield. That's where the person in chat said. Okay, I was actually going to ask about that. I was going to say I see the Russian, but I cannot read the Russian. But thanks for the comment, and thanks for the good luck wishes. This character needs it for sure. Hello, Sai. Sai, I don't believe you were here when you became a channel member, if I remember correctly. So I do want to shout you out for that, and I appreciate you becoming a channel member and being a channel member. But you're wondering how the Dwarden is going. The Dwarden itself, I'm actually enjoying quite a bit. Okay, so this does seem to be a fairly decent place. What do shrews count as? Anything? They count as beasts. Okay, that's what I would have guessed, but yeah. So if we head up a bit, there should be a bunch of insects here. And then there's another hot spot that they found right here, I think. Yeah, right here. But the map has some different locations, which is a little bit weird. So I'm thinking I will use my boost. Let me set things up a little bit better. So don't really care about tracking these right now. I'll eventually want to, but I don't want to worry about it all that much. Oh, that's just of the Shire. Oh no, I wish I could almost reset the progress on this dude so it wouldn't even show up, because that's just the Shire. We want Beast Slayer. We want Harvest Fly. We want Insect Slayer. I'll have to upgrade that to Advanced. Wolf Slayer. We'll get Wolf Slayer and Beast Slayer done in the same location. Harvest Fly Slayer and Insect Slayer should be done in the same location as well, for the most part. Glow from weapons, that is largely from, I don't know specifically, but I think pretty much from Ultimate Fan Bundles from various expansions like War of Three Peaks, Gundabad. Must have gotten one of the others from somewhere else because there are 3. I don't remember exactly where. I also don't know, it could have been from Anniversary. But anyway, Before the Shadow, I don't know if that has any. I don't remember, to be honest. Okay. Okay, we gotta pet the cat. And then we'll be ready to go. This is a very unique look when you actually have your weapon out while on a mount, so I just want to get some screenshots with that. Before the Shadow does have one. Good to know. I will, so you all might remember, I talked about this during the Fellowship chat stream with, I don't think it was with Bright Life, I wanted to bring it up before he had to go, but so the way I planned that stream, that show was, I thought it would take about an hour for us to get through the 2 big topics with LOTRO's new player experience and Before the Shadow, but this wasn't a bad thing, but we went into a lot of detail with different things and on tangents, which I actually think is a good thing, because that was just the natural flow of things. But it turned out that like all the topics I had planned out, we weren't able to get to all of them. So that was something I mentioned afterwards that we didn't get to talk about was, yeah, the whole Ultimate Fan Bundle situation. So y'all might remember Standing Stone Games actually like gave me a code for Gundabad, War of Three Peaks. I think those were the 2 big ones for the Ultimate Fan Bundle to actually like, when I made videos on it, to actually show the cosmetics and all that stuff and basically advertise it for them. It's like something that makes sense from their perspective. But they didn't do that with Before the Shadow until actually a week or so after they gave the info. It was maybe even 2 weeks after they like released the info and released the bundles. So it's something I would have just probably got the standard edition, but I will be doing that, and I will have a video on it. Actually looking at the cosmetics in game, even though it's a little bit delayed because one, that was so late, and they also gave the code to me like over a week ago. I just haven't gotten it to it yet. But anyway, that's why I don't have, or maybe I'm a little bit less familiar with the Before the Shadow stuff. Okay. Oh no. I said okay, but I was not actually ready. Okay, cat. We have 6 hours, not 6 hours of stream left. Now we gotta go through video where I'll say where I got the stuff from my wardrobe, but I could do that. I could even do that. So something y'all might have noticed is I've done some videos where I basically just like clip out moments of a stream. Usually it's with a little bit of editing and a little bit of purpose, maybe if a specific topic it's going a lot and actually has enough content for its own video for people that might miss it. Those videos have been, I would say, semi-successful. I mean, it's, from my perspective as making the content, it's like a video that otherwise would not be, so it's like for bonus content for you. Cat. There you go. You can rub against my elbow, my hand. You can rub against my chin, my nose. But when she's doing the microphone like that, and I can't fix it, that's when it's particularly annoying. I'm on a timer, cat. Right now, cat, I only have 6 hours to do these Slayer deeds. Yet somehow I have time to search a backpack. But anyway, that's something I could do, like if I went actually through that in that type of manner during a stream. It could be a 2-for-1 where I get it during the stream and it'd be a decent clip to have as its own video. Long story short. Okay, we need to get, sorry cat, but we need to get these things tracked. I think I can start using some of my javelin skills as well. Let me just double check. I did use class, yes, class and Slayer. Wait, I thought this was class and Slayer. Uh-oh. I don't think this is also Slayer. That is really bad. I thought this was a class and Slayer. Let me go to shared storage, Slayer Deed Accelerator. Wait, that's 30 minutes. Blocked by an active thing. Oh, hold up. Do I have? Yes, okay, Slayer. It is Gilland Slayer. We does mean too. I could just click my abilities. There you go, cat. I'll click my abilities. Just for you. This is, all things considered, not a horrible place for the insects with how slow I'm going. And kind of how slow I kill things. Okay, so class deeds. Oh, don't need persevere. That's a waste. Sharp Snout. Oh, that's actually a rare, what are those things called? Rare shrew. Yeah, just push the microphone back so y'all can actually hear me and have decent audio quality. And she immediately just goes and bumps it right back. Okay, we're making good progress on stuff. I think. It's really hard to tell, but it feels like we're making good progress on that stuff, so... We're making good progress on that stuff. At some point, she's just gonna think this is a game if she doesn't already. Oh, we didn't want impressive flourish. Very most unimpressive. This is way more intense than it should be. I'm actually running out of power. Oh, all this time. I could have used it into shift one. That would have been more efficient for safeguard there. It would be really nice if I had battle memory. That would make this go even faster than it already is. Okay, this is a pretty good place. So, whoever recommended southwest of Tyfield, I do like your recommendation. This is pretty good for both harvest flies and the insect slayer of Yondershire. It's of course taking a while. I need to kill a whole lot more of these, but it's taking me a while to kill them. That's the big thing. We did get harvest fly slayer done though, so that's good. See, I'm actually going to have to use a power potion. That's crazy. I wonder if it's because they're draining my power. Yep, one of their diseases is. So I'll have to make sure to remove that. How am I doing on these? Curious with something like safeguard. Okay, I am actually getting decently far on that. 52, 54. Oh, hey, a wolf. Perfect. Like, even killing general beasts, because I'll get the wolves pretty quickly, so killing general beasts, I mean, I need tons of those, so it's no problem at all to get a wolf while I'm here. Oh no. That lag made me miss one whole ability, which would have counted as 2 with the accelerator. Oh, I'm going to have to restore power somehow. This is not good. Does that mean I just have to wait? I'll search for harvest flies. I think I found one problem. We don't have our little shepherd buddy. There's sharp snout again. Okay, I just about have a power potion up. Also don't need to use persevere, so it's good that I didn't have enough power for that. Oh, and I have the disease. Which, of course, that's not the first one removed. Seems like it's been a while since I've used that precise blow. Oh wow, there are even more harvest flies over here. Also might have aggroed those boggarts. Apparently I must face the target, so I wasted a bunch of builders there. Let's see, so I'm trying to see, somewhat passively apparently, trying to see what I need to use. So Warcry, I need to use that 500 times, but it's still a good gambit to mix in. But it's probably something I wouldn't use all that frequently, but might occasionally use in the future. Oh, let's see, something like Precise Blow, I think I need a lot of those 350. But I think the biggest one is something like Safeguard, or really this Death Strike, to an extent, Defensive Strike, but Defensive Strike and Goad are a couple big ones that I'd like to really work on. Safeguard again would be nice. But it still seems like I need a lot of progress on all those, was the point. It would be really nice though if at the end of this whole 6-hour thing, which would go into the next stream on this character definitely, maybe even the next two, I would like to finish these deeds. Like outright finish them would be ideal. But in the meantime can just spam these same abilities over and over. Non-efficient abilities. How am I doing on insects? Actually, I only need 100. That's not all that bad. A little bit over 100, but that would translate to me needing 52 more. So it's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 sets of running through this whole thing. I know it feels a little bit grindy when it's this type of Slayer deed. That's why I was on the little bit hesitant end of doing this, but it's not all that bad. It'd just be nice if I had more power. I do think the focus though, like if I am not running out of harvest flies, like if I'm not waiting for their respawn, I think I can start trying to use more damaging abilities, because the focus should not be on the class deeds, it should be on the Slayer deeds right now. So I do think that is something to consider, that I shouldn't feel bad to weave in more damaging abilities and kill things quicker. Also, any sort of downtime like that can translate. Yeah, I don't have any food that gives regen, but downtime can translate into more power for me, which would increase some efficiency there. I still gotta remember Defensive Strike and Precise and Goad should generally be higher priority for me though. Like if I had to pick the 2 highest priority abilities for me to just use, those would probably be it. Despite my yawn, this is not quite Yondershire. I think overall as a zone, since I have completed the questing as far as I know, I mentioned this a lot now throughout this character's experience, but it's not a bad zone. It's a lot like the Shire though. It's something that I probably won't be immediately excited to do again on like my next character in this level range. I would probably prefer doing like slightly under level technically, Lone Lands and North Downs, both of those. North Downs would be a little bit more under leveled for this level range, or even staying in Bree a little bit longer. I think I would prefer both of those experiences compared to Yondershire typically, but it's something that in maybe every once in a while wouldn't be too bad to do. But I think that's the nature of a more story-driven area. is like the replayability is just naturally a little bit less because of that in my experience. Oh, that's a lot of debuffs. Kind of interesting. I might actually naturally end up using Safeguard a lot on this character, like more so than I would with a regular Warden, especially while leveling, because he might actually need the healing. But Safeguard is probably the least frequently used healing gambit, at least that I typically use, because either you want the big heal from Restoration, or if you're starting the chain, you would start with Persevere, which you'd still go to Safeguard, but I think with Safeguard being in the middle, it'd typically be used less. Now, Celebration of Skill I probably use even less than Safeguard because I don't use Celebration of Skill typically without using Persevere or Safeguard. But yeah, maybe, let's see, we're getting kind of close to the insects. I don't just want to stare at my class's deed log this whole time, but maybe... Also, I'm getting a lot of debuffs, so maybe I'll just work on killing these things now. Maybe after we get these insects, it would be good to check on my skill deed progress. It's also kind of funny, the AC, like, me standing makes it less cold to me. Like, when I'm sitting here, I actually feel like I could turn the AC up as in turn the temperature up. Which I will do so the AC doesn't have to run. I think we're just getting to morning time, right? Yes, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think we've been here a whole day where it would have been daytime and now nighttime. That would be a little bit ridiculous. But yeah, if I weren't streaming, this wouldn't be too bad. I think it's something that's, like, obviously not the most fun thing to do in LOTRO is just sit here and kill these same harvest flies over and over and over again. I do think deeding in general can be fun, but when it gets to this amount of repetition is when it's not all that fun. So if I were not streaming, this would be a great time to watch things, such as a stream in the background. I actually don't know if that was enough to kill that harvest fly. And it was. So yeah, I think this is overall a pretty decent area for the deeds. Like, I can pull some beasts from here. And if I were a little... Let's face the target. There we go. Sometimes LOTRO sees shield trickery. I've completed one of the deeds. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was blocking. I was in the middle of saying something, but now I've forgotten. I gotta get back to harvest flies. Well, I guess with me completing a deed, I should check what I still have. So I still do have Defensive Strike. I still have Warcry, still have Death Strike, still have Block Attacks. That's what I thought it might have been, actually, Block Attacks. Because what was it, like Shield Trickery or something? I also forget if the range versions count or not. That's something I could check, but ain't got time for that right now. Not enough power. That means I can use a power potion. I'm going to go through all my power potions just for this deed. These deeds, not a single deed. Using a lot of Warcry, that much I do know. Anyway, other deeds. Good, efficient thrust. Yeah, these are all making progress, but they're not quite there. Warden's Taunt is almost done, so I probably won't worry about that one too much. I haven't even gotten to the most annoying Warden deeds. Actually, do I have the deed for Critical Strike? Oh, that is one of the worst deeds in the game. It's not... I wouldn't actually call it, like, the worst. So even though I said one of the worst, it's not up there with the worst deeds. But it is, by far, I think, the worst Warden one. And it's just a very annoying one because the skill is useless. I think you could pretty much say it's useless. Its only use is to complete the deed, really. So, something to... Does that cost power? Yes, so I won't use it. But something to break things up a little bit is I will ambush and Critical Strike, assuming I get the deed from this. And, yep, new deed from that. Ambush itself is not all that horrible. Like, you have the 5-second stun, and that has its uses. But Critical Strike is just so pointless. So I will on Ambush cooldown, or on Critical Strike cooldown, because Critical Strike has a longer cooldown, I will make sure that I use that. I also completed Deadly Insult. I think that might be a 1 or 2, or Warden's Taunt. Warden's Taunt would make sense if it's an insult. Oh, lag. Can't even see the enemy's debuffs. There's so much lag right now. I'm getting too much deed progress. Oh no, we don't want to use Persevere. I wonder if this half-orc sentry... I don't know if it would actually work this way, but if he's taking up a spawn from Harvest Fly, I'll just go ahead and deal with him. The next pull we'll use Critical Strike. So Critical Strike. Oh, you have to get critical hits with that. I forgot it's not even like just use it. You actually have to get critical hits with that. That's why it's... That's the real reason why it's so bad. Well, this character is going to be really bad at that with his... At least he has 10% crit chance. It's slightly better than I thought it'd be. But without him having gear, he has nothing to boost his crit chance, so not helping myself with that. Also, I'm going to move it to Shift 5, I suppose, for now, so it's a little bit easier to hit, because Shift 6... It's doable, but it's a little bit tough with my fingers. Okay, I think we should be getting some Harvest Flies up here in the north. Oh, no crit. I do have my Reflect up, but I figure I can pull more Harvest Flies in the meantime. So we need 10 more kills of Harvest Flies. That is far as I'm concerned, good progress. Let's see how long I've been going. Oh, I've actually been going about 25 minutes. That's actually not good progress. I did not realize it was so late. I guess time flies when you're having fun with flies. I don't know. Like, I suppose it's a good thing that it's taking... Is that a good thing? Seems like that would actually be a bad thing if it took this long, and it didn't seem like that long. Oh, I could have used ambush. Oh well. Hey, the other cat. This one's Lexi. Come on. I still think I've only gotten one crit with critical strike, and that was my very first time using the ability. Okay, 3 more harvest flies. Which to me sounds like 2 more harvest flies here, and then a 3rd one with another critical strike chance. Seem to have done a lot more damage that fight somehow. Oh, wrong ability. Fortunately, the knockout actually lasts a while. Okay, so I quickly have to go to no bottle. And then I will take a swift travel to Longcleave. Actually, I'm thinking Boar Sword would be quicker. So we'll go to Boar Sword, then we'll get a ton of wolves and beasts all together.
How do you do?
So that took about half an hour, a little bit less than half an hour, which to me is a little bit long, but it is true that I was also working on some of the class deeds. Like, the Slayer deed isn't the only point of this, so this could have gone a lot faster. Also, if I actually had gear, obviously it would go faster. So I guess with that context, it wasn't all that bad time-wise, but it did take a while is the point. I think there are technically mount speed boosts. If there were ever a time for me to use one of these, it would be now, so let's make the mount fast. That actually works with... Wow, okay. I will take that. I never actually use these boosts, so to know it works like this and, well, actually works, and gives me a use for it when clearly I have a lot of those, I will take that. We're all about the speed on Dwarden today. At least this portion of today. Scott, you said yours all came in default color? I'm a little bit confused. What the context is for that. Oh, Knickerbreaker, there's a bug. Didn't have to kill all those flies, I suppose. Here's a wolf. Okay, this is where things really start. Before I get moving too much, I do want to actually use that one thing. Critical strike as much as I can. Oh, that was earlier for dyeing the Isengard outfit. So yours, so default color for me was rose, it looks like, because it doesn't even have a washed option. But I guess that technically isn't true. I just don't think I would have dyed it. It is true that it's an old cosmetic from like many years ago is when I originally got it. Okay, hopefully these wolves don't have as many power draining debuffs. I know they have debuffs, but as long as they don't drain power, I will be happy. How am I supposed to ambush this guy if another wolf calls him over? And if I did choose to dye this rose color, I like that choice. It's true that I don't really use this cosmetic, but I just always remember it being this color. Shift 5. I gotta use that. Hey, I gotta devastate. I wonder if a devastate even counts. Okay, that did count. I was going to be so devastated if a devastate didn't count. Oh. Using bad abilities, no point in using those. Like, I either want to use abilities that actually do damage, or progress deeds. I just used like 2 in a row that did basically neither. Yeah, I'm really curious, does the Isengard outfit actually start? Oh, that was just Wolf Slayer. Does it actually start washed and not rose? Oh, I was supposed to use ambush, wasn't I? Probably. Actually, don't know though. There will eventually be a deed actually for ambush. You know, I don't know if that's one of the ones that unlocks later, but pretty sure that's one I remember. So it is, I suppose, true that I don't 100% necessarily have to get critical strike done like right now during this particular boosting session, but it'd be nice to get a head start on that because I do remember even after I finished the ambush deed, I still needed some progress on critical strike. Oh, there's a wolf, but it's way down there. I don't think it's worth it. I actually need to mount tough, wow. Mr. Weibel, you said you'll have to watch from the beginning. It is a long stream, so you'll have a lot of content to watch. And you woke up late, really late. If this is like... I don't know if you're like US time, but that would be really late to me. If you like wake up at 10 p.m, but some people do that. Gotta just use this. Oh yeah, I need to use ambush. And after all this time, I don't have that as like my primary mindset. Oh yeah, if you go to bed at 3 p.m. and that'll be central time. That makes sense why you'd wake up this late. I know a lot of people like in real life that are kind of like that. It's just never been me. These wolves seem to have a little bit of a slower spawn rate than the flies from earlier. I don't know if that is the case, but seems to be the case at least. I think I'll go back down here even. Should be a wolf. Some point I should check my class deeds. Maybe now. Critical strikes with critical strike 4. Also known as 2. Okay, defensive strike, still have to use that quite a bit. War cry, making good progress on that one. There we go. There's a point for defensive strike. Actually, 2 points. Death strike. Close to halfway done with that one. Block attacks, we're almost done blocking attacks. Safeguard, a lot of progress on safeguard. That's actually pretty good. Goad, doing pretty decent on that as well. Quick thrust, that'll just get done. I'm not too worried about that one. Block attacks, wait, I have 2 for block attacks? That's kind of funny, but okay. Precise blow could use more of those. I think precise blow, I'm using war cry a lot when I should be using precise blow a little bit more. So priority is critical strike, and along with that I need to use ambush. And then I would say again, goad, defensive strike, and death strike, and then it will be precise blow actually. So that is kind of the priority list for the deeds I have. And these wolves seem to have a slow enough spawn rate that I can focus a lot more on just my class deeds as we go through this, and hopefully not lag so I can actually use critical strike in time. And I got a crit there, perfect. I think it's ambush time. If you are curious why I always use Defiant Challenge while I'm running up instead of just using Critical Strike, it is because it's just like time efficient to use it while I'm doing exactly that, running up. That is an Eager Breaker. I do not want. Ambush is not quite off cooldown. Of course I choose to stand behind the tree. That actually was not even the reason I couldn't use it. I think there are a bunch of wolves over here. So as far as wolves go, I need 51 more. That's not too bad. This definitely seems to be going quicker. I know I'm kind of having to wait for respawns at least a little bit, but definitely feels like it's going quicker than the insects. I think I needed even more beasts than I did insects as well. Oh, something crit there, but I don't actually know which one it was. I'm guessing it was not critical strike. There's a corpse to loot. I suppose we have time for that. We're waiting for respawns anyway. I still think that's the Eager Breaker. Oh no, I pulled them. I lost a whole opportunity to ambush and critical strike. I'm also curious when I get the next set of gambits, or just when I get a new gambit in general. I keep assuming level 30 for the class deeds is when I'll get the next set of those, but I don't think it'll necessarily work out that way with the gambits. I don't seem to have gotten anything new. I wonder if reversal. I don't remember that actually having a deed associated with it. Also missed another ambush there. Oh, didn't need to use full restoration there. Hey, got a crit. That's what reminds me, that's what I wanted to check. So I have had 5 crits now with critical strike. Which I'd say is pretty good that I've gotten this far with. Yeah, to get 10 out of 75, I think is pretty good progress. That means if I had remembered that from the start, I could maybe have like 15. Which maybe 16-ish since it's all doubled. Sai, glad you are having good company with this as you did in Mirkwood. It's nice to have company with chat as I did here in wherever I am, Yondershire. Hey, there's a crit. Let's see, because I don't think ambush will quite be up yet. I will just straight travel to these wolves. That dude's about to fall. I don't want that. Shift 5. That is what I'm supposed to hit. Did I ever do the deed? Did I finish the one? Which I'm guessing I did, to use the javelin skill? Yeah, it looks like it. One of these deeds, I don't know which one. Deadly Insult, maybe? That's all I can think of. Would be the one that included Warden's aim. Warning shot? No, Warden's aim. Which I should have ambushed that guy. Okay, we're going to try to do this in 5 seconds. Alright, we made it. And got a crit. Perfect. I was wondering, did I actually injure myself? But no, those are just the wolf debuffs. That time I injured myself in a fall. Okay, I think critical strike cooldown will be coming up. Go ahead and use whatever that's called, Defiant Challenge, because why not? And Cat is back. I think I'll be ambush ready, actually. Hold up. We're getting some lag here. It's a lot of lag. She Both the cats are girls, females, which is weird, being orange tabbies and all, but they're always saying that. Well, at least she is. She also wants scratches. Okay, Cat, you're making me play so slow. The lag isn't helping, but then Cat is also distracting. It looks like that wolf is attacking my dog. Like, it doesn't work that way in the game. It's just a cosmetic pet, but it was kind of funny that it actually looked like my dog was doing something. Well, with a slowdown, we have no shortness. We have no shortness of wolves. We're not short on wolves. I don't know, saying shortness of wolves sounded odd to me, but I think that is the phrasing for it. How much cat food do I have to buy? That is a good question. I get a very large bag of dry cat food from Sam's Club, and that lasts a while. Actually have not measured how much that lasts. And then they get between them half a can of wet food each day. Shortage, yes, that is the word. That's the problem when it's 10:02 and past my bedtime. I forget words. For the longest while, I had actually never met a male cat. Well, maybe had met a male cat, like, that I don't really remember when I was young, but we never had a male cat for a long while. Until Gus is his name. He decided to show up. That's how my family got a lot of the cats, was they just, like, decided to show up at our... not necessarily our house, but our yard or something. They weren't really feral, otherwise, like, that wouldn't have been good, but they were tame, we'll say. They were never microchipped. We've had dogs show up, but they've, like, always been able to find the owners. We did have one that was at some point probably a feral cat. Both Piper and Lexi, the two cats I have right now, they are the same age. I forget how old they are, but they're kind of getting old-ish. Like four-ish maybe. I forget exactly. Yeah, when I say feral, mean that a little bit differently than strays. Strays is the right word for a lot of them, though. So there was actually one that was I don't know if she would have been feral, but she had like the ear clipped and everything. There was another one as well that had ear clipped, but don't know if they were necessarily feral. But obviously stray, but they were nice. Yeah, they are actually still young for cats. I say old because I'm used to them being like 1-2 years old. They were probably about a year old when we got them. This one's gained a lot of weight. The other one's gained maybe a tiny bit of weight. But she just... I don't know, I do free feed them, which I've thought about switching that, but they do mostly good with it. Yeah, so at least 2 of the cats were TNR cats. There were actually 4 feral cats that we were going to try to find a home for. I say feral, but they are very well adjusted. They are no longer feral. They were born feral, from a known feral cat that had finally, after that, of course, been successfully spayed. But my family ended up keeping all 4 of those. Wait, how did I get in the range stance? When did that happen? I blame Piper. Anyway, yeah, so 4 of them were born feral, but they're well adjusted to humans now. One of them out of the 4 was particularly timid to start, but he's mostly come around. I mean, all the cats are nice. That's a good thing. They don't like attack people or like super scared of people. They're just a little bit timid and hesitant. I'd almost say my cats are more feral-like than those. Just because, in particularly Lexi, the one you'll see less frequently, she just does not like people that are not me. And I don't mean doesn't like them as in she'll attack them, but she just hides from them. She's like terrified of people. For the most part, she's not all that bad with some people. She's been around a little bit more. But they don't like strangers, I'll put it that way. And compared to the kittens that are no longer kittens, they are less scared of people than that even. I personally have 2 cats, but my family, and even extended family, there are a lot more cats on the equation. I totally missed an ambush opportunity there, but that's okay. Probably go ahead and use these 2. So there was one time I actually watched a cat. This was at the old place before I moved, but I actually did watch a cat get trapped. I don't know if it was a feral cat. I don't know any of the story behind it, but there was this trap right by the dumpster outside of my apartment. And it's a dumpster I could see. Lovely view, I know, but from my window, I could see it. And I saw a cat, like saw the trap out there and then saw the cat near it and saw it go in. So that was kind of exciting to see. Oh yeah, I need to use the ambush. Okay. Oh, and I only need 1 more wolf. I'm just like sitting here doing this. So I have not gotten all too much to this because I was not quite ready to, like, I was not expecting to be done basically. So I am going to quickly travel. It's probably, yeah, quicker to go to no bottle. So we'll go to no bottle. And then just because I'm all about being as efficient as I can be when I have a time limited boost like this, I'm going to quickly go to Evendim, and while I go to Evendim, I'm going to set my milestone. I was about to say Hearthstone, that's a different game. I was going to set my milestone there, and then we will get, ooh, Barton. I think it's worth spending a Mithril coin. Wait, Barton, yes, that's where I want to go. We'll spend a Mithril coin even, just to make more efficient use of my 6-hour boost. Because as far as I know, this boost does not tick while you are logged out. Otherwise, all this hurrying is for no reason. So we'll go there, get set up in Evendim. I'm not going to do the Oakburton quest. But that way, once I get started with Evendim quests, I will... Oh, that's really scary. Questing in Evendim at level... whatever level I am. 26. Let's see, is it worth... I have 559 Mithril coins. Okay, it's so hard for me to do. A travel that short is really hard for me to spend Mithril coins on. But I will do it. Oh, Calico Cat. We have... It was actually a Calico Cat that was responsible for all the kittens before she finally successfully got trapped. Okay, this is really scary because this character... Let's see, where's the town? This character is 5 levels below these mobs, and as we all know, that means high deflect chance, and yeah, but I'm pretty close to level 27. Oh yeah, and I'm naked, so I don't have any gear.
May I speak with you a moment?
And all these quests are red, so that's actually not a good thing. Maybe I do need a little bit more XP.
How may I help?
So maybe I should do some missions real quick. Yeah, I think that will be, to wrap up this stream, the last thing I will do are missions. So I think actually where I am, oh, this is a risky move. But it's actually not that risky. But I think I'm going to do some, at least one Wildwood mission. Because that Slayer deed will be boosted, which I guess could be helpful for this character. But it's... Ooh, actually, I technically could. I could do the White Sands quest. These spiders... The deflect, actually. Okay, so I actually don't need to do that. Hold up, we're changing plans. So I'm going to do the spider quest real quick. Or at least get some progress on it. Hopefully there's a spider slayer deed. But my deflect, I forgot the deflect works even against the red mob. Not the deflect. My reflect will not be deflected. So they do not reflect the deflect. And that'll give me tons of damage even against the red ones. So that works. Oh, do I not have the quest to kill the spiders? Is that a later quest? Okay, maybe that's a later quest. Never mind then. But anyway, I'll go ahead and get the sand. And that should get me level 27. I need to examine a corpse of a spider. But yeah, I can do a little bit of this first quest set. I know these Limmerfin. I think they count for a deed. So even though it's level 33, same with that swarm of gnats. Biting sandflies, I mean. Yeah, Limmerfin Slayer. If I remember correctly, that's a particularly annoying one. So while I get the sand, same with the salamanders. I actually... Oh, I'm like going crazy here, but... I actually don't think I've ever had a character complete all of the Slayer deeds in Evendim. I just don't think I've ever quite completely gotten through it because it's very, very easy to outlevel Evendim with all the Slayer deeds and how much killing you have to do with them. So I think it's been a sort of compounded problem with how many things you need to kill, how over-leveled you would get from it, and how large of a zone it is, so like how much you need to do with all that. I'm also not using ambush and critical strike. It's going to be really, really tough to get crits here though, so it's not the biggest loss. But yeah, it's going to be exciting, right? Being so far under-leveled. Okay, did the sandfly swarm? That does not count for anything, so just the Limmerfin. And then there's another quest down here. I'm thinking this one is the... thinking that one's the spider corpse, and then the sand glass blowing tools are in the middle of Dwayling. It's kind of crazy that Evendim starts with the same resources as Yondershire. It just never made sense to me that Yondershire had expert tier stuff, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, it just seemed a little bit out of place. But also, the end of Barrow Downs, I mean, that had expert tier stuff, and that was only level 20 as well. 20-ish, I should say. Talking so much about efficiency and not having time to do all these different things, yet here I am taking the time to gather these rich iron ores that I mean, they're useful. I just don't know if I'll ever actually get use out of them. Okay, so while I'm on the south end of this quest, I will head southwest and then come back up. I could have had a much more efficient route, but at the time. Wait, Spider Slayer 6 out of 20. Is this counting for Shire Spider? That is interesting. Okay. Let's do that. I kind of remember this, but I don't know if all of these count for Shire. But if they do, that's an actual deed that I can get done today and can have it count for Virtue XP. I know there's a spider quest. I also know I'm supposed to be going to bed, but hey, it's Saturday. Goblins. I don't know if I'll get a Slayer deed for them, to be honest. A few of the Evendim Slayer deeds will naturally get done from questing, so I'm not all too worried about them. I just figured, you know, while I'm here, I could focus like, it's something that I could get done while still working on the class deeds. And because the boost lasts 6 hours now, so might as well try to get the most use out of it as possible, basically. So I'll work on salamanders a little bit extra, maybe, and I will work on Limmerfin. Those are going to be the two big ones that I work on. Let's see, this is Torch. I don't quite need that yet. This one I was thinking would be the Corpse of the Spider, but I'm honestly not remembering where it is. I feel like it's in the middle of the, what is that called? Bleak Leaf Crest camp. And these guys are going to be a little bit tough, but let's see, is there a spider? There's the spider corpse, okay. It's a lot of excitement here at the end of the stream. Like this not even being the very end of the stream. But see, that's the thing that a change of scenery can give you. And like why switching to the Minstrel earlier perhaps helped fuel me to even go this long in the first place. Just gives me a time to do something a little bit different. Be somewhere different. These mobs definitely take even longer to kill than the Yondershire ones. Okay, so I don't think I necessarily need to get all the white sand before I return to camp. So I'll make the decision to return to camp, and I think I will get I was going to say Spider Slayer deed, say Spider Slayer quest, which will have me defeat 30 spiders if I remember correctly, and if they all count for the deed, then I won't really have to worry about that too much. It's also nice, I think, overall going into Evendim a little bit under-leveled, so that will help smooth the progression by the time I get to the end of the zone a little bit more. Completed Spider Slayer. Just to double check. Yep. Okay, yep. Oh no, it's only 16 spiders in total. I was thinking it would be 15 of each spider. Let's see, I probably do want to save some of my task items. Let's destroy these. Love how my first instinct is to destroy stuff instead of save stuff. Like all this stuff. Just get that all in. Not enough room. Okay, let's go to an end space. Just because I see more stuff. All the stuff can go in my vault, and main thing is to take it out of my inventory. And there we go. I think that was made them hunter's armor, but you can't use that on this character.
Just
Okay, quest turn in. Lost leaf of paper. Alright, that's fine. So we'll... For the rest of the stream, I do want to get the white sand, and then also just kill any spiders I see along the way. Both of these are, of course, things I could just pick up whenever tomorrow, like when I start playing, but I'm on a little bit of a streak here. And even though I did get, like, my goal was to get level 27, we did get that. Oh man, some of this. So I've recorded a lot of the gameplay locally from this Warden today, but ever since I switched from the Minstrel switch back, I've not been recording. That's okay though. I don't think I'll need that gameplay for anything. It's just nice to have the local recordings in case I want them for something. Oh yeah, I have to use ambush. Also have to use a heal. And my poison remover. Okay, I'm just going to use a big heal. Curiously, did I get any gambits for level 27? Ooh, did I have Boars Rush before? Wait, I don't even have Boars Rush now. Never mind. Oh, got a crit with ambush. And of course, critical strike was deflected. Okay, while he's burrowed. Grab some salamanders. So yeah, that is where I was going to go when I thought about I'm gonna use a heal, but when I thought about doing a Wildwood mission, just go there and quickly swift travel to Trestle Bridge. Yeah, critical strikes that deed. That skill needs a boost, entirely true, and that deed is what I'm currently working on. Extra annoying. Oh, there is white sand there. Sure doesn't look white. I do like the exciting danger with this character though, like the fact that that fire actually hurts from the salamanders. I have to plan out the gameplay a little bit more. It's something I'm noticing that's mostly passive, but is happening. Let's see, while I have the Defiant Challenge thing going, I'll go ahead and pull these guys so I can fight them all at once. I don't know if Safeguard spam will work against the salamanders. Okay, it did work. I don't think there's a Slayer for, yeah, the Norbogs. Oh, there's a Limmerfin. I think I do have to go for the Limmerfin. Don't see any level 31 options. Oh, I got a hit, but of course not a crit. Eventually I'll get a quest for actually to kill the salamanders. That'll be I think a better opportunity to start looking for more Limmerfins, but that is a next stream type thing. Otherwise, spiders, I might as well go ahead and knock out the spiders. That is a relatively low level quest and something, again, I'm on a streak here, so that will be the wrap up point for this stream. I think these guys I actually can use ambush or critical strike a little bit more reliably. So that I will do. There's a friendly dwarf runekeeper there. I forget that I'm even playing a dwarf. Hey, got a crit. It was all worth it for that one crit. Okay, so... Oh, it's gotta be here somewhere. Find weakness, that is the name of the actual deed. 20, that... I'm very happy to have 20 after just today. I think this is worth the wait. Make that 22. That means I've actually only gotten 11 crits, but 22 progress on that deed. These boosts are insanely useful. More boggarts. I think there are more spiders up here. I hope. There's a wolf. I wonder if that wolf would count as a Shire wolf as well. I guess the good news with spiders being spread out like this is I actually get more, like basically every spider I hit is an opportunity to use critical strike. See, I think by the end of next stream, we'll have completed 4 class deeds. By the end of next stream, again, the goal is to get, yeah, pretty much all of these. There's no reason not all of those. To get all those class deeds done. Okay, good. It was worth traveling here because there is indeed a spider. Not necessarily end of next stream. Let me rephrase it once again. End of the Slayer skill deed booster. Warcry basically done with that one. Goat is also really close to done. Death Strike. Defensive Strike, those are all making great progress. This character also probably has trait points to spend, huh? Oh wow, loyalty's all the way up. Okay, so I actually need to select a new virtue, and this is a little bit of a tough decision due to this character's unique situation, but I think I'll just go with a like generally useful one with Valor. Okay, I think I missed an opportunity to critical strike because I got importantly distracted by my, whatever those are called, virtues. Okay, so Scott, you were saying that your Isengard gear on all your characters was the default undyed color? So it's like washed. That's interesting because that means I would have had to have applied the rose color to this at some point, and again, this was a very long time ago that the character got it, and that's like when it was in my wardrobe, so I don't know. That just seems so unusual to me, but it's kind of interesting that that is something I had to have actually actively done in the past. Okay, so we just need the black spiders now. I'm curious how my Spider Slayer deed is doing for the Shire, though, because I might still want to kill these spiders for that. Come on, Hover, you can work. Still need 16 more, so 8 more, so yeah, still useful to kill the black ones, the wood web ones. I mean the hunter ones. Also, it looks like my stream is starting to drop frames. Maybe Spectrum do not like me using 10 megabits per second for so long. Also wonder when you get battle memory. That would really help with some of these class deeds, but it's almost a little bit of a moot point now. It will be helpful later, which I guess would be a reason to not necessarily have to focus so much on these, but since I have the boost going, like, might as well when I have the opportunity. Basically done a circle, got mostly done with the quest, which is good. Well, for some reason I thought that one would be a crit. Oh, I got some sort of deed done. Class deeds tier 1. Know your enemy. Uh-oh. I have no idea what know your enemy, what that would be. Oh, this is a deer you can actually kill, okay. So I might actually still be using some skills of that I've already gotten the deed done for, but I don't know. Looks like Warcry, don't need to use that anymore. Defensive Strike, Death Strike, those are still top 2. Goad is actually done as well. Precise Blow. Alright. Now on to spiders. Maybe. It seemed like Safeguard. I don't remember seeing that deed as well, so I must have finished that one. Yep. So it really is Precise Blow, just 3 of these as far as I can tell. Precise Blow, Death Strike, and Defensive Strike. And here's another spider. And of course, Critical Strike. See, I'm just in the habit of using Goad there. So I think it'd be better, like I can still try to weave those in combat, but I do think at this point I might as well just use my strong gambits. Especially if a new class deed pops up for something like Power Attack, which I don't remember that being a deed. Just to be clear. There might have been one for whatever the next one is, Mighty Blow. And it like had options for you to do other ones, but that's one that would eventually get done as well. Not one I'd worry too much about. Unless I am, like I am right now, using a boost which unlocks the cap for the day and of course doubles the progress. That really is, like, without unlocking the cap for the day, that would basically be useless. That it boosts your deeds, but that's like one of the big reasons I am wanting to knock this down while I have the boost active, is because it does unlock that limit. Okay, spiders. Do I need to focus on these spiders anymore? I do not. So we're only going for the web spinners. There's 1, 2. Oh yeah, don't need to use Warcry. Might as well go ahead and get the next spider. I was thinking about waiting for an ambush, but I don't think it's worth it. Well, got another Shire Slayer D done while not even in the Shire. I need one more spider. So while we search for this last spider, I'll start doing my outro stuff that always takes forever. I'm hoping y'all are enjoying the Dwarden content. I think it's... Here's the last spider. I think it's fairly obvious that I am enjoying this character and I'm excited for his progression in the future, and hope y'all are enjoying the content with the extra challenge without me equipping new gear or... Let's see, what was it? Oh no. Oh no, I totally wasted that opportunity. Or weapons. Not upgrading my weapons at all, which is extra interesting with the low damage. But again, I think kind of like with the difficulty system that they have in place on the legendary servers, of course, I think it's something that will, like the true funness, I don't know, of the challenge will show later when I actually have more abilities, more gamut specifically with the Warden. I think it'll be more exciting at a little bit higher level, which we're kind of getting to that point. Level 27, actually starting with Evendim, my first real zone, if you want to think of it that way. And you got a lot of good quests here. I don't know if it's coincidental that they're all like level 32 here, but there's a lot of them. We will want salamanders, limmerfins, so that'll be a good starting point the next time I play this character. He will have, I'm going to go ahead and log out, but I will check that, 4.5 hours of boost left. So that's another 4.5 hours, basically as long as the stream is, of gameplay where I am heavily focused on deeds like that. So I did log out just to go ahead and get that, not let that tick, but I suppose while we're on the character select screen here, I will go ahead and wrap things up. Yeah, we'll see in the next episode if I can survive the real dangers of Evendim, because we have not gotten to them. This has been the easy part of Evendim. There's a lot of scary stuff coming up, and the character starting not only under geared, as in no gear, he's also starting under leveled and with level 1 weapons, so it'll be exciting. I'm very interested to see what happens next with this character. But yeah, with that, if y'all did enjoy the stream, please consider liking and subscribing for more, or becoming a channel member to support the content. And thanks for joining, chatting, and watching, everyone.